So we're still having some technical difficulties as far as I guess broadcasting, if you will. But it's 9:03 on this Tuesday, July 14th, 2020. I'm calling the Blanco County Commissioners Court to order. Ask Ms. Waller to call the roll.
Judge Gray.
Here.
Commissioner Weir.
Here.
Commissioner Eager.
Here.
Commissioner Leisman.
Here.
And Commissioner Rambo.
Here.
And if you'll join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have two public comments this morning. Mr. Terry Kasparis and then Mr. Kenneth Welch. Mr. Kasparis, we do have the microphone working there at the podium. We're still working on it, just for everybody's sake. We think we may eventually have, or we may even be broadcasting, I'm not sure. So have half of the system up, and then the sound system part is still in the works, but we're getting closer. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. I'm Terry Kasparis. I'm the chairman of Blanco County Democratic Party. And I want today to thank Laura Walla and Kristen Speeds for their work to establish and implement practical guidelines and solutions for safety given COVID-19 in the polling places, both for early voting and for today's election. And I'll be honest, Laura and Kristen and I had a few differences along the way, but the results speak for themselves. Job well done.
Thank you.
I also want to thank our poll workers of both parties for volunteering to work under these difficult circumstances. They are certainly increasing their contact with other people, which thereby increases their risk of getting COVID-19. So it's a true demonstration of selflessness and of public duty. And finally, to those who choose to not wear a mask, I will simply say, get over yourselves. It's not about you. It's about the people that you would protect. Thank you.
And then Mr. Welch.
I'm Kenneth Welch of Blanco County. I'm going to speak loud because I don't know how everybody is working in the field. I'm pleased to be back with you today. I much prefer speaking directly to you rather than over Zoom, even though I feel safer online. However, as with many of the decisions you've made, it appears you are deliberately trying to use this technology to restrict the rights of the public to speak. My reading of the statutes and the governor's executive order indicate that you are required to make the meeting audible to members of the public and allow for their two-way communications. Even more troubling is that you have allowed some members of the public to speak online while requiring my presence for speaking to you. I hope the Zoom audio is working well enough today to make the meeting audible to members of the public who are at home. You've had the technology for several months and have been advised repeatedly that the audio is extremely poor for the online attendees. Agenda item 21 today is to hear budget requests from officials, department heads, judicial departments, and other organizations and or agencies. I hope those individuals are here today to speak, or do you intend to violate your own written requirement that you must attend the meeting in person if you intend to address the court? I look forward to listening to the various requests for funding. You are going to encounter unusual financial challenges during the coming months as the pandemic rages on within the state of Texas. copy of my comments for the minutes of the public record. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you again. Leave it up there.
The minutes from the June 23rd meeting are before you for your review and consideration.
I'd like to make a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes and accept them as presented.
Is there a second?
No, second.
Commissioner Eager, discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The estimated payroll for July 2020 is before you.
I'll make a motion to approve the estimated July 2020 payroll in the amount of $306,980.27.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Greenberg, discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The official reports are all in and on file and ready for inspection if need be, and subject to your approval.
I make a
Anybody?
motion to approve the official reports.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Eager, discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. There are several line item transfers. All of them are within a department, so they were ones that I signed off on and require your ratification.
I'll make a motion to ratify the line item transfers as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Granberg, discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And then item 8 are the outstanding bills for the month.
I'll make a motion to approve the outstanding bills in the amount of $890,359.31.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Eaker, discussion. Only that it's maybe a little larger than usual because this involves a sort of the annualized interest and sinking fund payment for some of the debt.
And it also includes the start of the spanning tree process.
The what tree?
Is the spanning tree, remember the Motorola
Oh, that one.
upgrades to the tower sites?
That's right. Which is out of a special fund.
Yes.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is, it's dry looking. It's just to acknowledge an administrative order from the district courts, but it is not a dry item at all. In fact, it's kind of a momentous occasion for us. We are getting, I guess, our second auditor in Blanco County history, and we're pleased and proud and privileged to get someone from Blanco County with stellar credentials and not only great credentials, but also, in my mind, a great balance of character and just ability to deal with people. And so I put for you a vote to acknowledge the order that appoints Shelley Winmus as our new Blanco County auditor. And if you choose to make that motion and that vote, then feel free to take a moment if you have something you'd like to say, because we certainly want to make her welcome.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the administrative order appointing Shelley Winmus as a part-time auditor for Blanco County for the remainder of a 2-year term effective July 1st, 2020 and ending October 1st, 2021.
County interest.
The 33rd and 424th Judicial District Attorney, Adult Probation Offices, we would love to welcome them here, and would like your authorization to sign the interlocal agreement before you, to do that.
I'd like to make a motion authorizing for the county judge to sign an interlocal agreement between Blanco County and the 33rd or 24th Judicial District's Attorney's Office for the use of the office space at the old jail.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Leisman, discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I think, back when I asked to put this on, and back when I did, maybe work on one or two issues at a time, or one or two sections of the regulations at a time, instead of trying to do an entire, it's an open discussion about workshop.
I think that's a good idea, Judge. We can take it piece by piece or however we want to do it.
Rules and regulations to maybe bring that up as a one item on the agenda or something and change it if that's possible, without having to go through a workshop to get there.
Well, we always have that ability.
Okay, well, that's good.
But having said that, anytime you're going to amend the subdivision regulations, and I don't have the exact procedures in my head at the moment, but I believe there's a publication process. So it's a little bit longer process because it is a rule of the county commissioners court. So it's a rule-making process.
If it's one item or something like that, though, we could go through that process without.
On publications now because of these things, because of we have to notice a lot of things, and it's not getting cheaper. But that's not a good reason in my mind. It's not so expensive that it's not a good reason for us to avoid addressing a matter individually in subdivision regulations if it's an important matter that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, sometimes it needs to be done because of the timing. But other than that, I do like the workshops because you get the input of the water board and all angles, the developers, constituents, everybody can be involved in it. And so I do like that.
Is there a particular area that any of you are more interested at the moment than others?
For me, there is.
What's that?
Road widths.
I'm sorry?
Road widths. The width of the
Roadway
road.
width.
You see me smiling? Yeah. I would like to discuss it at some point.
All right, well, taking what you say at some point, I'll work with Ms. Harrison and we'll see if we can find, we're in the summer months where budget is the primary focus. But I'll see what we can do about finding a spot in an upcoming agenda that would work for a workshop also, so we can get it all done at the same time. And look into and identify roadways, or maybe even more general if I look at the article or the chapter of the regulations and there's other things that could be talked about. In the meantime, if any of you have any particular area you want to talk about, that's fine. For example, I guess there's nothing I don't think there's anything we can do about it at the moment, maybe, but there's more research to come. But we've learned recently that performance bonds and maintenance bonds don't cover a couple of things that we wish they did, and we need to see if there's anything we can do about that. I don't think there is. I think our last conversations we're hamstrung, but it's always something to be talking about or looking at. So.
Yeah. There were some other things and refresh my memory, didn't we discuss talking about roadways, that the property lines are to be to the 60-foot easement as opposed to the center of the road line? And does it say it in there? And if it does, I didn't find it.
Are you saying that we agreed to not allow people to go to the center of the road?
I thought
With
that's
property lines?
what we talked about. I thought it was a cleaner cut if the property lines actually went to the easement as opposed to the center of the road line.
Well, let me ask you first, Judge, do you think that that's something that we have authority over?
Yes and no. I'm having a little trouble understanding what we're saying here.
Well,
A person's property, if we have a road easement over property, they own the property to the end of the property line, which may be the center of the road, I don't know. But their usable property is to the easement line, which is where a fence shouldn't go past. So far, am I saying it right?
right.
So I don't know that we can dictate somebody's property line isn't the center of the road if their deed shows it's to the center of, you know, it's what's the word I'm looking for?
Prescriptive easement.
No, if that's the plat, or if that's what I'm trying to say, survey, if that's the surveyed line, then that's the surveyed line, but,
I guess one of the issues I ran into is the owner, they own to the center of the roadway, and they put their fence where it's hard to work the ditches. And I know most of our subdivisions at this point in time are all private roads, so it doesn't really pertain, although it has came back where we haven't taken over the road. So, you know, I want to make sure that those lines are, you know, black and white, nobody's questioning them.
I'm just wondering by statute if we have the right to keep a developer from selling his property to the center of the road. Because if you don't allow that, I don't particularly like it myself, and we didn't do it. We took the road and deeded it to the homeowners association or whatever, let them deal with it. But with that said, a lot of people feel like they're losing, I'd say people that are developing feel like they're losing that 4 acres or 5 acres or whatever that might be that the roadbed is in. So they deed it to the center of the road. But it does create a problem in my mind when everybody's saying, well, I don't want to fix the road right now, so don't fix my part, I'm not paying for it. So I think we need to work more on the other side of it, on maintenance agreements, all of that type of thing, and strengthen that for the landowners where they're protected in there, where you don't have some rogue property owner saying, I'm not paying my part, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, I don't know how you do that, but that happens. And so we have prescriptive easement, though, if I'm not mistaken, even though they own it. We have the right to on the 60-foot right-of-way to maintain it. But that's another issue. Chris, I came up with it, with a problem, and you've had one, I know. When it gets down to to actually telling them, no, don't put that fence there, how do we do that?
Yeah.
I'd like to know how we do that. What's the procedure? How do you get them from drilling the holes and putting the fence there?
well, I think there's a couple of answers to that. If that's sort of the issue or the question, I think the answer is really, really clear that they're not to put, that no one is to put a fence inside the easement, regardless of whether they own the underlying dirt. But if there's a roadway easement through that property, the easement line is the fence line, and at worst. And I have seen both. I've seen self-help where a county department will go out and move a fence and put it in the appropriately surveyed line. And of course, the other option is to take legal action against the property owner to compel them to move the fence. There's two possibilities. I mean, it's not like we have no rights.
And when you say move the fence, do you mean put it back?
Back what?
When you take this fence out that someone built too far in the right of way, when you take it out, do we have the responsibility of putting it in the right spot and putting it back?
Well,
or do we
that's
tear
what
it out
I've
and leave
seen.
it?
That's what I've seen. Now, that's an argument. I can't really make that judgment here at this moment. I guess I wouldn't want to be in the defensive posture of I wouldn't want to be the lawyer defending us where we took a fence down and just left it down.
Yeah. So at the cost of the county, we would move that fence and put it back.
That's what I call the self-help option.
Okay.
The other is we exercise our rights in court.
Okay. And another thing, some of the roads that I have in my precinct, they're described as a 60-foot right-of-way, but through time, you drive down this road and every one of the fences are 10 foot off the edge of the pavement. They've been there forever. And now all of a sudden a new guy comes in, bulldozes out the fence, and I try to convince him to build it back on the 60-foot right-of-way, and he goes, well, what about all these other guys? And you look all the way down, it's that way, and then all of a sudden we're asking him to step back. Now I know that's right to ask him to do that, but what's the teeth in that?
Well, typically, I think you equate that to a grandfathered situation. While the fence is there, it's grandfathered. But when circumstances change, when the fence gets dozed down, which is what you just said, then there's a change in circumstance, and now you should have the ability to enforce your easement lines.
If that fence that I'm talking about across the road, that's straight across from me, it's built up close to the road, and it was built in the last 10 years, is he still grandfathered because he got away with it?
Well, you should complain to Johnny Wood.
No, I hear you. I mean, how far back do you go? I understand that, Judge, I do. So I've chosen not to do that, but maybe I guess I need to go that route.
Well, I probably have the most land that is still unfenced, up against the county roads, so that's what I'm creating, that's the issue that I'm running into, is when these people are starting to sell, or even not sell, just trying to keep their cattle off the road, you know, and I tell them you gotta build it here, give me a 60-foot easement, and they said, prove it. And we've talked about it, and I don't know how to prove it.
One thing we've got to make sure of, and I think we do have 99% of the roads in Blanco County described by width, but there's 2 in my precinct right now that have no description of width. And I'm going to probably be bringing one to court here pretty soon and have it defined, because it's getting encroached on. People are buying up and down that road and they're moving in on us, and I don't have a way to say, wait a minute, this says 60-foot right of way, and here's where it says it. I don't have that, so I need to get there. We need to do that. We need to go through our roads and define them, which most of them are.
To me, the issues are distinct. When somebody wants to sell their land, they need to be able to dispose of all of it, and if their surveyed tract goes to the center of a roadway, they need to be able to dispose of all of it to the center of the roadway. That's one issue, and that's about title. But when you start talking about roadway easements, that's kind of a different issue, and we have certain rights to provide safe roadways, to design, build, and provide safe roadways, and those require fences to be off the easement, and that's just the law.
Judge, am I wrong to say that in a survey, a fence is transparent to a survey? I mean,
that's right.
They don't see the fence; they see the property line. So he owns that, but we have a prescriptive easement of it in writing. So it's a tough one. I know it is.
Well, we've almost had a workshop on this. We'll schedule more discussion on it. But going to item 13, it's actually a 2-part item. I say that because there are 2 documents that will have to be signed, and it involves the TxDOT grants that we applied for and got. And there's Mr. Megna. Thank you, by the way, for an excellent job, and in the end, just so everyone knows, I think the original, I don't remember the exact dollar, but it was around $87,000 was the original allotment for Blanco County out of the 254 counties. But because of some math, it wound up being, I think we've got somewhere in the neighborhood of 110,000. Yeah, and I don't think that's due in any small part to Mr. Megna. So we need your authorization to accept the grant award and to sign the contract with them for that grant award.
Yeah, we need to accept the resolution first, and then secondly.
Right, and they have, and you have the resolution. There's a resolution order approving the infrastructure grant program agreement, and then there's actually an agreement that you would be authorizing me to sign for Blanco County. Two different things.
Okay.
Anybody?
Well, let me jump into it, Judge. I see if I know what I'd like to make a motion to approve a resolution and agreement accepting the grant awarded to Blanco County by the County Transportation Infrastructure Fund Grant Program administered by the Texas Department of Transportation pursuant to Chapter 256 of the Texas Transportation Code.
Is there a second?
Now, I'll second it.
Commissioner Eaker, discussion.
Thank you.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. He folded both into one, though, right?
Yeah,
All right.
actually say resolution first and then.
He did. All right. So that takes us to item 14. And Commissioner Weir has obtained a donation of an easement.
I'd like to get approval from the court we've been in the process of trying to move a road over that was basically been there forever and in a pretty dangerous area. And we're moving it over. We've gotten with the families, they've agreed to do it. And so I would like to make a motion to get approval to accept the donation of an easement to relocate a portion of Trainer Weist Road to a safer location.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Ramberg, discussion. The existing easement that you'll be replacing needs to stay in place until such time as you can cut the ribbon on the new roadway. Do you or the county attorney's office know if we have that as part of the agreement that they will give up that other easement once? Yes, I'm seeing a head shaking yes. Okay. All right, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And then Commissioner Weir gets a donation to help with that roadway.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the donation of sub-base material for the relocation of a portion of Trainer Weist Road.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The plat under item 16 on the agenda says the 1623 divide. I think that's what Ms. Strickland eventually wound up with. I thought the plat that I looked at doesn't actually say that.
There's a new plat coming.
Okay. This is like a preliminary. This is the preliminary, right?
This is preliminary, but we need to pass on this because of the changes that'll be made to the plat.
Because this plat says the divide at Albert. Okay. So
There's changes coming, sir.
so you're wanting to pass on this.
Let's pass on it, please.
All right. That takes us to item 17. And we have the ability, the opportunity to purchase some land and make one of our precinct yards a little more workable.
So yes, sir, this is not precinct. We currently have a pie-shaped yard, which is very difficult to maneuver equipment and hold actual material. So talked with the neighbor behind us and are able to purchase a 1 acre tract from them that would tie into our existing land. So I'd like to make a motion to authorize piece of property adjacent to precinct 3.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Mr. Weir, discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And then that takes us to 18, which is connected.
So this, I would like to make a motion to authorize the contract with the survey to survey and prepare paperwork for the 1 acre piece of property adjacent to precinct 3.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Granberg, discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Replat.
This is 343, 344, and Block J into one lot known as 343R. So basically, they're just combining two lots into one. And that's a simple, everything is taken care of, and move that we approve the replat of blocks 343 and 344 Block J.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was tied.
Either way, doesn't matter.
All right,
Didn't matter. When it was,
going to call Mr. Eaker the second. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The Keach-Byram index is in the 500 to 600 range, which traditionally has been our kind of our mark for starting to pay attention to it. The two counties to the north of us, being Llano and San Saba, have a lighter index, less of the drought conditions, and yet they are already in burn ban. They've already enacted burn bans. I think it's pretty bad, but I will leave it for you to consider.
I'd like to make a motion to put on the burn ban for the next 60 days.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Weir. Discussion.
Yes, Judge, I was wondering, I know that we had a conversation about using this thing to, this index to kind of prod us to make the motion if possible, or preset a number in the value to again, yeah, to prod us to vote towards it. And I believe that you've had some discussion by listserv with TAC, and they said that that could be done. Some of the counties do it, other counties don't. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what I was wondering is to keep the fuss out of it, is that if we established a number, be it, I'm just throwing one out there, 575 or 600 or one of those, when it hit that mark, then we need to act on it, or at least consider it quick, because of the extremity, you know, how hot it is lately, and how dry it gets within 1 week sometimes. So I just wanted to bring that up for future discussion or whatever.
I don't know if that'd be necessary. I'm good with looking at the map and, you know, showing us over the 500 range. I don't want if we put a number at 525 and we're only at 519, it's not time yet.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm good. The Texas Forest Service does these maps for us, and they can give us any information that we want prior to our meeting. Mike, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah. That number applies to the entire county. And remember that it might rain like the dickens in Blanco, and north of Johnson City is still dry as a bone.
Okay.
So I think it's more appropriate to consider the 10 and $100 fuel loads in the grasslands.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Just asking to consider what's going on also before we kind of go over how we consider this. That's going to be our first.
Okay. Well, I mean, this thing's been very helpful to me to see it and actually see what the other counties are doing around us. But I also like the way that we keep it on the agenda sometimes and we just either pass on it or whatever. So I'm game with either way.
One of the interesting things, since you brought it up, Mr. Megna, that came about in surveying the other counties, it's an extension of what you said. We don't have it in Blanco County hardly at all, if at all, but a lot of counties have huge crop circles with giant irrigation pumps and systems. And they were talking about how that affects their index, because you'll have dots in the county, giant dots, that are lush green, and it affects the overall number. But places where there aren't giant pumps and irrigation systems, the grass is brittle and dry and burnt. So it's interesting how these numbers, like you say, are for an entire county and don't necessarily tell us the whole story. But it's a good guideline just the same. We appreciate the information that's provided to us. All right, so let's see. We have a motion and a second for a 60-day burn ban, and I would just point out that in the ensuing commissioner court meetings, if we had a massive rainfall, you could certainly withdraw the burn ban if you so choose.
So, I got one more comment though. As opposed to just doing a 60-day, could we appoint like maybe the meeting that's that time? So it will go to that commissioner's court meeting, that it might be 63 days, I don't know. You see what I'm,
Yeah.
So I don't want it to expire on 60 days and we don't have a meeting for 3 days and we have to have a discussion.
That's fine. Let's see. What meeting would that be?
We could go through September the 8th.
So make that the motion,
Yes, make that the motion.
and I'll second that.
All right.
You're due September the 8th.
Right.
So your motion has been reformed and your second has been reformed to reflect a burn ban that extends through September the 8th at
September
noon.
the 8th.
At noon.
All right. Any other discussion?
That might make it right.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. There was one item on an addendum that came up late for your consideration. It is an interlocal agreement between the county attorney's office and the county sheriff for dispatch services involving its potential part-time investigator, or reserve investigator, excuse me. So, and Ms. Ashby can help us with this.
This agreement is necessary for our TCO license. It's one of the requirements that they have is that there be an agreement. Even though we're all in the same county, we've got to have a separate understanding between the sheriff's office and the county attorney's office that our investigator can use their radio. We can do, common license plate searches, the standard use of it that an officer would have.
Yeah, this is basically a formality. There's no cost, there's no nothing. It's
That
just-
is correct.
So, so what you're asking for is approval for me to execute this agreement. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the motion that needs to be made. If anyone is
I'd like to make a motion, giving the county judge the authority to enter into an interlocal agreement between the county attorney and the sheriff's department, and the sheriff.
Yeah, right, so the motion should be that the county attorney.
says interlocal
Okay,
agreement.
then I'm sorry, Your Honor, then interlocal.
I That's the problem when there's more than one person that works in an office. Opposed, motion carries. And that takes us to a short recess while we shift gears to go into the
It's hard. I know, I get all tongue-tied.
Backstruck back out. So that's put us a little bit over $1 million.
we can find whatever else is.
I don't need it. I'm actually 273 under what I need, so I told Motorola to give me some more numbers
What do you think is the reason they backed out?
because they had to come up with such a big deal, and I told them that we were in, and he was like, well, we're out.
Okay, our capital call grant, we got $32,000 to do that collection, paint, chemicals and stuff. So what has to happen, we've got a date, September the 26th. That's a firm date. I talked to the contractor. I said, well, what happens if, you know, the virus comes in and your crew is all quarantined? He said that not a problem. They would take care of that. But we got to go ahead and get started. Capcom has to issue us the contract. Then that kicks in this timeline here with all the notice, but the contractor takes care of all that. Okay, the other thing, you know, we had our regular cleanup schedule for April 18th, and we skipped it. Have not rescheduled. The city of Blanco did their, they got a disaster.
Was it September the
I
3rd?
know Blanco was hopping when I
Which was good for us, because people
Frank
kept calling
Black.
us and take it to the city.
Oh, yeah. He tried to call me during the meeting. He probably won't know
They
it was
just let
wrong.
people, you need to
I
drive
haven't
out.
seen him in a
and
long
take
time. I
look at
hope he's doing
that.
well.
But
Yeah, he's doing okay. He talks to me
I
by
think we
phone.
still probably ought to try to schedule something, but then again, you know, we don't know, you know, what, with the virus business, what's your fault? Should we just pass it or go ahead and try?
If it's not right, he'll get the message. Yeah.
Well, if we're doing the, if we're doing the,
Call Robert. So if they.
And we had to pick this date because that's when the contractor is here. That's why this
I got time to go to the
is
restroom.
26, because the contractor is scheduled, you know, for 2 or 3 months ahead. So this date was open.
if we're doing this, why would we cancel a regular?
Well, because we're not, it's two separate. This one, we don't take the same commodities.
No, but you still have people.
Well, we
The only
tried
reason to
that.
close it is because it risks the people, not the garbage.
Well, we tried that one time and it turned into a disaster. I mean, we got backed up. People commingle
Oh,
all the clutter, and it takes too long to sort it all out.
okay.
So we need
I
to keep
get,
it
okay,
separate.
I understand keeping them separate, but I thought I heard you, I thought the question on the table was, should we bypass it again because of COVID?
Yeah.
But if we're doing this event
Yeah.
during COVID,
Yeah.
I don't see why we would do that.
Well, then what I need to do is probably in earlier September, just schedule a regular collection event, which I think would be pretty light because the pressure's off. the city has allowed people to come in there. So we can either do it in September or wait until after, do it in October.
Unless you just think I don't really, it's up to you if you want to pass it. I'm just saying, I wouldn't necessarily, if you think we should pass it because we don't have that much business, and Blanco did a lot of it, okay. But if you think we should pass it because of COVID, it's hard to justify that when we're gonna go ahead and have.
Right. See, we can't get the orange suits because their policy right now is they're not going out and doing anything. So a lot of our potential help would not be available. Because I were to check with them, and right now they're not going out and doing anything. Protection of the employee situations, which I don't know if that would be an issue. But I think we ought to still go ahead and do it, but maybe just wait until like October.
Okay.
And do this one, get it done. It's a whole separate, it's different commodities. And now, like the city didn't take tires. Well, people are always looking for a place to go dump the tires. We don't take the tires, we take electronics, we'll take, stuff that maybe the city's not necessarily taking. So, the pressure's kind of off, but I think we still ought to do it. And maybe, it's just too hot in July and August, so I would think move it to about October. You got some good, cool fall like days, but it can still be hot in October too. So, but this one's a go. We're set for the 26th, so we'll start all the contract, get the pipeline, start.
How is it budgeted?
$32,000 grant from Pepper.
What do we have?
We've got 10,000 that we could. Hopefully, 32 will cover it. And we've got the water district. We got about 4,000 from the water district we didn't use any of theirs last year. So
Wow, where'd the water come
we'll
from?
have 2 years.
Connie, thank you.
2 years worth of water district funding. Be 2,000 years is what they give.
Makes my ears.
And I didn't hit the cities up. Those cities are in such turmoil right now. I don't even, there's nobody to talk to. You can't find out.
So when you say we have, how do you budget?
We're going to budget 10,000. And so we've got some from last year. And see, it's right at the budget year. So actually, we won't be paying for this. We got to pay for it up front because it's a pet call reimbursement. But we won't pay for it. It takes 60 days.
It's like, not that I don't sit by you.
Because I don't see 10,000 in the budget.
Yeah, I think I'm asking for it.
Under recycling?
No, it's in community service. Yeah, it's in that community service line. And so we're trying to set it up where if we don't use it, we can keep rolling it over so we don't lose it. Kind of start building that fund up in case the grant money dries up.
It's a special fund?
Yes.
What's the special fund?
She knows.
That's all right.
But we're the way this all set up already. I don't know exactly where it is. But anyway, this will be here before we know it. Pretty much got to start now. Get all the planning done.
Thank you. Get the buzz off there. Jeez. Went to the beach store. I told him, I said, all you have to do is put a bucket of ice, some Coke, and some lime out there. And I said, dang, you're right about that. Ready to go. I got some from that Ben Milam distillery. Yeah. And it's, you can smell the juniper berries in it.
hazardous waste collection. It's a special.
Okay.
It's all set up.
Okay.
Plus, we always get some supplemental funds, and I think we could do some Kinder Morgan if we need. See, he's looking at, he mentioned to you about the soccer center, and maybe what they want to do is have some shit out of people, put aside, donate to Kinder Morgan. And our favorite person, Vita Divide, was in there this morning.
We went a little longer than anticipated. So, ready to start the workshop, and years past, it's always awkward to start, and I'm just going to dive in and start. I don't think you have the actual revenue, proposed revenue pages in front of you yet. I'm still working on those, although you do have the summary sheet, which pretty well summarizes the revenue pages. And I can tell you that I'm basing the balancing the budget on presently, based on Ms. Fry's preliminaries, of a 35.5 cents per hundred. The benchmark, that's the place mark, is about which would be about people in both political parties in Blanco County. What's the word? On the other hand, they've been working and are considered, and every publication I have ever seen to bring county employees up to a normal standard that would be fit where Blanco County fits in the county community. And I would like to do more, frankly, but all of this, of course, is preliminary and just up for discussion. That's why this is a workshop. See in the benefits that the benefits also reflect the increases. Because they're much larger than the county judge's department would be, and so those numbers would go away from the county judge's page, will go away from the county judge's page, no matter what the cost of living adjustment is, if any. But for the moment, I just wanted you to see what it would be and how it will affect the bottom line in the end. Is that understandable? Okay. Other than that, I don't think you'll find anything terribly noteworthy on this page. There's a maintenance supervisor position. It's still there. I know Commissioner Leisman, and we may want to talk about this sometime in the course of these discussions about maintenance and maintenance departments and what is working and what isn't working. The existing system doesn't work so well for this campus, but we can talk about that. But if it's all right with you, I'd like to kind of put that on hold for a minute while we can get through some of these other pages. So that takes us to the county clerk's page. The thing that I noted on there is why there's no net data maintenance line, and then because there is for like JP4 and some other departments, but then I realized that there is a net data maintenance line. It's coming out of a special fund for us, but there's certainly an expense for net data for the county clerk's office. The other thing is the blue language at the bottom that says that and I telegraphed that I was going to do this, and so I am asking for Ms. Spees and Ms. Walla to be compensated for salary election duties, and at the bottom it says that it's contingent on there being a vacant elections administrator position. I probably want to add just to cover everything or transfer to another office, but the point is that $10,324 would not be paid if we have an elections administrator or there's some other activity, but I firmly believe that and I think Mr. Kasparis's comments are to the point that they have just been doing an outstanding job in making Blanco County stand out in administering elections, particularly to some of our bigger cousins to the east, all the way down the I-35 Beltway. I think we're doing just an amazing job of trying to keep voters safe and get an efficient and well-oiled vote system. So, thoughts or questions on the county clerk's office? Anything? The operating expenses are really not out of line. The big increase is due to, actually there's not a big increase in this one, sorry. No comments, so that takes us to elections administrator. As you can see, there's that new line item, says salary clerk, which I asked for and got authorization for in a previous meeting. Would start at the base salary in county, which is 31 at this point. Thoughts or questions? Am I going too fast, or are you holding your questions on each one till the end, or do we not want to do it this way? All right, takes us to the district clerk, and there you can see, and this is not new or anything, it's noticeable. You can see the net data maintenance and support item is pretty expensive, but it's not her fault, that's the way it is, and it's that case for every department that uses net data. Really she's right in line with last year. Blanco County Attorney. I don't see Miss Early in the room, but I think they're available if we need to. In fact, I remember them saying to, I beg your pardon? Oh, is this the time period that she's in the hearing? No. Okay. I know they have a hearing, I think Ms. Ellsbury does too, this morning. Well, at some time today, and it was a bit of a conflict, so we're trying to work with everybody's schedules. So please bear with us. Well, to speed things along while we're waiting, the next page is the tax assessor collector page. And there is you might notice it was approved for a full-time clerk in the Blanco office. Originally, we started out with a part-time clerk in the 2019-2020 budget, but that wasn't going to be a workable situation, and we moved to a full-time, and that's how it's being budgeted now. That position still has not yet been filled, but is imminent. She has a lot of applications to wade through, and that's the budgeted salary for a beginning clerk that either would be in the Blanco office or would backfill this office if she moves somebody to the Blanco office. What about the county attorney? Okay. Well, I don't have anything to say unless somebody has questions.
The county attorney?
Yeah.
So the only question I had was in reference to the administrative assistant. What is that for?
An administrative assistant. She, a couple of things. If we get much detail, I really want to pull one of them in here. What they tell me is that a couple of things. One, that, Ms. Russell has what, 20-something, 30-something years? And so her retirement, I won't say it's imminent, but someday it's gonna happen. I don't think she'll be here forever. And so they're looking for somebody that will, want to come in and learn the ropes, if you will. Additionally, the assistant county attorney does a lot of things right now that are more clerical in nature because she doesn't really, because Ms. Russell really can't support the two of them at the work volume that they're putting out. So that's why she's asking for an assistant. But if you want more about that, you're gonna have to talk to her. As a part-time investigator, I don't know that that's gonna really cost that much. I think that's an outside figure, honestly. So, and anything else on county attorney? So finishing up on tax assessor collector, you'll note that I did, just as I said with the county clerk's office, there is the stipend for elections with the contingency that if we ever do get an elections administrator, then that would stop. It's an either or proposition. Whew. County sheriff. Would anybody be interested in holding off on this one just a little bit because there's so much to it and getting some of the others out of the way? I see you have Judge Riley and Judge Broadbeck in the room. Maybe we can get them out of the way. Or just keep going past the sheriff for a minute. Is that satisfactory to everybody? So the next one is the treasurer, and there's really next to nothing on that new other than the software conversion, and the software conversion is expensive. I don't want to lose anybody. Are we okay? The software conversion is kind of expensive. It's absolutely there's no choice. We have to do it. So it is what it is, and it's not that much really more money. It's just a question of a little more that we need to put into an office that hardly asks for anything. County auditor. We have played musical chairs with Ms. Strickland. She goes in, she comes out, she goes in, she comes out. That's not new money that's being proposed, budgeted. It's just coming from a different line item, and it's back, and she's back to assistant auditor status at the moment, and that would be where that number comes from. Again, it's not added money; it's just moved money. Any questions on the auditor? Indigent healthcare pretty much is driven by the budget and past history. Extension service. Any questions on it? The next page is emergency management. I propose, it's not in here yet, so this is a possible change that I'd like to discuss with you. I would like to change it's line item 10, 445, 105, assistant coordinator. Currently it says it's proposed at 13,209, which is what this year's budget is 13,209. And I would like to make it 19,131. 19,131. Now what that entails is changing someone from about a $15.40 per hour rate to about a $20 hour per rate. This individual, and of course in this particular year of 2020, we've taxed the emergency management coordinator and the assistant emergency management coordinator daily. I bet you they've worked every day since sometime in February and earned every penny. But and our assistant coordinator probably should have been making more than the $15.40 an hour anyway because of his credentials, running a huge the emergency side of a huge organization in Galveston. But on top of that, he's been doing all the responsibilities of what would be a grant coordinator if we had such a position in this county. And he has, as I've said many times over the years, he's more than pays for himself simply in the grant work that he does and obtains for the county. So that's going to be my proposal. I don't know what your feelings would be on it, but essentially I took a 911 hours and divided it into 13,209 to get his hourly rate, and then multiplied it at a $20 rate. So I feel real strongly about this because it honestly, be quite honest, $20 an hour won't even touch somebody with those kind of credentials in a larger county doing what he does. But I think the symbolism, the symbolic nature of trying to recognize him a little more is huge, and may keep him a little longer than we might otherwise. And I think that's a big plus for Blanco County and worth the money. That's my speech. I would like to ask on two other items, Commissioner Leisman, it's line 353 and 355, both having to do with VHF radio matters. And the one line item is a conventional upgrade, and we budgeted 14 for currently, and we're asking for 14 for next year. And do we ever get the upgrades done and we're
We
done?
did not get the upgrades done because we used that money for the spanning tree system that we're doing right now.
Okay, so we need it again.
That upgrade was to take move the repeater off of the Blanco water tower and move it to the church tank water tower, or church tank side. So what we had to use those monies for that spanning tree.
So we still need the money.
Yes.
Come October the 1st.
Well, next year, yes.
Right. And then the other one jumped up quite a bit from 29 to 44.
Right, our percentage has increased by the amount of subscriber units that we've had. So, and that was that's the Western Regions County, the Western Region radio system. The budget that was adopted through that, and our percentage has increased. We still, that was what I talked to you about in reference to the subscriber fees, on how we're still covered under our subscriber fees by the cost of that. So now when I say that, that's not 100% factual, because the sheriff's office doesn't actually contribute to the subscriber fee. We just take them on within ourselves. So that's the majority of our radios.
And for everybody's benefit, when we say a subscriber fee, there's a fee that goes for every radio in Blanco County.
Yes, sir.
And all of those add up.
Correct.
And that's not just the sheriff's office or even the police department. That's every radio, whether it's on an ambulance or a school bus or whatever.
Yes,
that's
sir.
our radio.
Correct.
Or on our system.
Correct.
And they've jumped up quite a bit.
Yes.
The fees are the same,
Well,
roughly?
No, the overall budget has increased due to some upgrades, the software and licensing and things of that nature, that are annual fees we have to pay to Motorola. But our percentage is increasing by the amount of subscriber units that we have within Blanco County.
Our radio population is growing faster than Llano's and Thurnett's?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's one of our goals, is to make sure that if somebody we don't want to have radio sitting on the shelf. So because we get charged, our percentage is based on that. So I know we have to have some, for spares or things of that nature. If I have a major event, we got to be able to hand them out to the people that come in. But we don't want to have a bunch of them sitting on the shelf that are affiliated with the system.
Okay, anything else on that page? Anybody?
So there's an additional secretary.
Ms. Harrison has spent a considerable amount of time this year. It's a small stipend, and she spends a considerable amount of time on emergency management this year. It's in there. It's in there at the moment. Yeah. The next page is judicial expenses, and they're pretty much a repeat from last year, benchmarked at the moment. I'm looking at proposing to you adding to capital felony trials a little bit of money. We haven't had one, but that doesn't. But if we do have one, the expenses of having one are not going down.
Judge, if I can, I would like to address the autopsy expenses. I know that the JPs have had trouble getting the autopsies back, and therefore we're not getting the billing like we should. Right now, there are several bills that are out that we have not received, and we have about $800 left. Also, the issue, since the autopsies are being delayed, I know there has been talk about possibly going to Travis County Medical Examiner, because I know, Randy, how far behind are you on one that I know of that you
It was
just,
February last year, February.
you're still waiting on an autopsy from February of last year. So
That's
there is
great.
some issues there. If we go to Travis County, they are more expensive than Central Texas in Lockhart. So we might want to add some money there just to be prepared in case they do decide to change it back to Travis County.
Yeah, well, and if you're telling me that we kind of have a backlog of possible billing, I was going off, like you said, there's about 8,800 left.
And I think we're 6 behind right now. And that's, okay.
But 8,800 is about, it's more than 20% less than 30%.
We hadn't had that discussion, but I do know, we're paying for autopsies that were in last year's budget because she's just not getting them out. I don't know really, I know that Randy has tried to.
Well, this is a little difficult. I have no problem suggesting a larger number to the Commissioner's Court for that line item based on our current contractor. But if we wind up going back to Travis County, I don't know even what number to put in exactly. That's going to be a large number.
I know, but I don't know what to do.
What's our other options? Any idea, Randy?
Well, Travis County, also Bear County, they all sent me a price sheet. Bear County has gone down to 2,400, I think. Travis County is still at 2,800. Central Texas is 2,100. I'm 6 behind, and I know Judge Riley's at least 3 behind. See, we get the preliminary on some of them, but we don't get billed until they do the complete autopsy. So therefore, I know he's 3 behind at least, and I'm 6 behind, so that's 9 that we have not been billed for that we did in this budget year.
Is there a reason why we wouldn't want to use Bear County? I mean,
No reason whatsoever. I don't have a problem using them at all.
you know, they're only slightly farther than Austin from here, and they're closer if you get down into Blanco.
I was surprised to find out they were cheaper than Travis County.
Is their turnaround any better?
I don't know about that, sir. I have to check into that. I was gonna try to talk to some JPs that use them, but I haven't had the opportunity. But I'd like to talk to them and find out exactly what they do and how it works out.
Bob, can you give us any advice on your experiences in previous years when we used to use Travis County?
I didn't like Travis County that much. I've never used Bear. We always get a preliminary within so many days. As the judge knows that we had a problem with a death down here. It was an accidental death, and we had to get the body
And who did the autopsy on that one?
Seven tests.
Right, and they worked with us. It was kind of a weird deal over a weekend, and it was pressing.
Yeah, remember they come up here and see y'all. I can't release the body till I get that autopsy back.
Right.
And like I said, I went for Dr. Dingle at 7 o'clock that Friday night and got the information where we could get the body back.
And the point I was trying to make is that Central Texas Autopsy does work with us, and in the past has been our preferred provider.
I like Dr. Dingle because I believe she does a good job, but if Randy's 6 behind and I'm 3, something's got to be done. But that's normally related to the tox test of my case. Yeah, I get the preliminary, that tells me what they died of.
Yeah, but they're physically located in Lockhart,
Yes, sir.
which is a county that, as of last week, has over 600 COVID confirmed cases, and I don't even know how many deaths, but it's a bunch. And Lockhart's not that big a county. What my point being is that I suspect the reason that they're behind is because there's a lot of business going on right now.
There's a lot of business going on. And when she had that 18, she still kept up with me on that balloon that went down.
So it makes me wonder if they've got a lot of business, if we were to send them to Travis County right now or Bexar County right now, if we'd be any better off, because I'm going to bet that they've got a lot of business.
Well, but that doesn't explain the one from February 19th.
It does not. That's peculiar.
Judge, do you have to have one, just one, or can you use more than one?
We can use more than one. We can use more than one if we get,
I mean, I don't know if that speeds anything up, but
She'll tell you straight out that she's overloaded.
yeah.
She does me anyway. She'll say, don't send me any. She sends you notes saying not to send her any. One time. Yeah, I've got it twice. I mean, I don't know what it is, but what she,
I think part of the answer to your question is today, traditionally, they'll use Central Texas Autopsy, but if some really important autopsy were to come up, they have the ability to say send them here or send them
Go a
there.
different direction.
well, she's been in a lot of, when you call her to bring them in, her people tell you we're 3 days behind, 4 days behind. But it's getting the actual autopsy back is what takes time, getting her to take time to give us the autopsy.
So Judge, what if we put 50,000 in the line?
I was actually thinking about 46, but yeah, somewhere in there. The new one will come out with something like that. All right. Any other lines on that page? You'll note that on 471, the special prosecutor, I just evened it out. I think that it has that odd number from the previous 2 years because it was just a percentage multiplier from previous times. But we haven't actually had to rely on that line in recent years, so I just kind of leveled it out at 12,000. District judges line really hasn't hardly changed much other than slight inflation. Same for district attorney. It was a very quiet year in the district attorney's office in terms of budget meetings. Juvenile probation is literally a flat budget. And then community services. And I hadn't had a chance, Connie's been out for a couple of days, and I meant to ask, do we know why we don't have a food pantry north request?
Because I have to call them every year and ask them to amend the form.
Okay,
They just don't do it.
okay. Well, I penciled in, it's not on the page, but I penciled in 5,000 just like last year, assuming that they're gonna need that.
So
But,
notice that the south is reduced down to 30,000.
well, then my apologies, because I would even them out. So they only asked for 3,500?
That is correct.
Okay. Other thoughts or concerns on that one?
I do want to speak a little bit on the wildlife management. I talked to him this morning, and right now he has he's right at 300 on his capture. He's done since October, and they flew the old Diamond X Ranch and the Stewart Ranch for hogs, and he's working on trying to get rid of feral hogs. So, he's doing what he can.
Of course, the Commissioners Court can change it at will, but the difference, but I didn't want to put anything out there until we had a chance to discuss it. And I was waiting to hear a hue and cry that 6% is terrible, one way or the other. It's too little, it's too much, it's whatever. So that's still open for discussion, I think, today. Takes us to state agency services, just adult probation. Non-departmental expenses, I'm suggesting about $8,000 more. You'll note that maintenance of LEC is a large number, and that if you look at the budget analysis, we're not very close to that number. And the reason it's so high, and we've had this discussion every year for the past couple, is we've got some air conditioning heating units that keep getting older, and I think the people that go out there and service them keep looking at them with a jaundiced eye. And so, but what we don't do, I can't see Ms. Swift's face, but what we don't do is book the money so it doesn't roll over year after year. So we have to continue to budget it, because one of these days we're going to have air conditioner problems. And that when we do, they're large problems, they're expensive units.
We are also working with the air conditioner company to get some sort of maintenance contract. So they come out twice a year, so we might be able to see some of these expenses.
Right. Other questions? Justice of the Peace, Precinct 1. The subtotal of operating expenses nearly doubled, but if you look, that's a big net data item. And I kind of had a question for Kathy or Ms. Swift or whoever. You know, we bundle the telephone charges for the complex, for the campus, but we keep but we keep the net data charges separated out by department. I think there's arguments both ways. I just wanted to see if I'm missing something.
Not every department uses net data, but every department has a telephone.
Well, there's a simple answer.
I just think it'd be one lump sum, even if it is just one department. I mean, just several departments. It's a good plan.
Okay. Just thought I'd ask. Anything on JP1? JP4, there's a request for a new part-time secretary. And Judge Riley is here today. Oh, and you'll note that again, their net data expense basically doubled, which is a reason for some of the increase.
Mr. Riley, can you explain the need for a part-time secretary?
Yes, sir. If you'll go back from the time I took this over, we were sending y'all, well, let's just say a year in 1904, we sent you $39,139. Last year, we sent you $163,615. That's a pretty heavy increase
she share with Patty?
That's almost a double, room. The size of mine is about twice. And, we can put we got desks in there. Part-time, yes, sir.
What would be the primary functions of this new person?
Of what, sir?
Of this new secretary, what would be his or her primary duties?
To do a lot of the overload that we've gotten since '04. You know, there's one clerk and like, okay, she can be doing our registrations. I do a lot of my desk myself, my desk calls. I've been fortunate that I haven't had a broadband set. Yes.
So when
But
you,
the primary deal is to help answer the phones and take information and do that type of work.
when you started, it was around $39,000, and just a second ago you said '04. Is that the
That's
benchmark?
what it started out, $39,139.
In 2004.
I'm sorry?
In 2004.
2004. Today, I mean, well, not today, because this year's not over, but in 19, we took in 163,615 for the year, or $13,635 a month.
Do you know anything about your comparables? What Judge Carter was doing in 2004 versus what you did last year?
No, sir, I don't have those, but I can get them.
Do you know in 2004 how many people Judge Carter had working in his office?
Just one.
Okay. Mary Lou, in 2004? Okay.
He didn't get part-time help until about 6 years ago, seven years ago.
And I appreciate what y'all done. Patty went down from a heart attack. Y'all sent his help down there, or they volunteered to come down there and help me for 2 weeks. And she was very good, and I really appreciate the judge. Both of them.
On the, Judge, when you were talking about the electrical, I'm asking is, because part of that is going to affect the county yard too. Is going to be involved in some of that too, and that will benefit from that electrical work. I'm just trying to figure out where to plug that in. If that comes from South Annex, or is that a different area that I can request to get that work done? Another line item, different. I'm just trying to figure out how to get it done, because they're going to benefit from part of it. We're going to benefit from part of it also. So.
I'm not sure what you mean when you say trying to figure out how to get it done.
Well, get it paid for, yeah, literally.
Okay, well, there's a capital line item request for money to wire the shed.
Okay, and that's
That's
up
not
to
on
the-
this page, it's further on.
It's further up. Okay, so we're covered there, right? And that would do whatever you needed done.
Well,
But what it is I got was Blanco heat and air.
Right.
I haven't tried any further than that. I think 1,500 just for the sheds is too high. I think we can get it all done for 1,500 and that take care of the wiring that you already had conduit in.
Yeah,
There was a whole conduits there, all we gotta get is somebody to come.
right. Just trying to figure out the right approach to get that done in this year's budget if possible.
One more question on the part-time. How many hours a week are you proposing?
Well, I went ahead and went with an actual 30 hours a week on the budget here. I don't think right off the bat we need to spend that, but I think it needs to be there. It depends on how much Patty needs them there, you know, to be there.
So if you go with 30 hours a week, you've just gone over the part-time status. Is that me buzzing?
No.
Okay. You've just gone over the part-time status, turned them into basically a full-time employee, even at 30, and so the numbers all down in the benefits package is going to have to change as well.
Well, I know right now, I don't need a full-time.
Well, how many hours
Is
are
that
you
what
talking about?
is that where you were
Dutch?
going?
Do what?
How many hours are you talking about a week?
Well, the reason I put this amount in there depends on how much we see we're needing. I don't want to work somebody and have two in there we don't need to.
Well, so start low and work your way up.
Let's start looking at 20 hours, you know, or get that area from 10 to 12, 15 to 20.
Refresh my memory, part-time has to work under 28 hours, correct?
29.
How many hours, I'm sorry?
29,
I'll figure this here on 30 hours.
But realistically, how many hours, if a person came in there and helped Patty, how many hours a week would y'all need for that person to be effective and help you?
But we had it 2 days a week, that'd be 16 hours.
2 8-hour days? So you're talking 16 hours a week.
But I'm not sure that, you know, when Patty's, when she's still off that heart attack, she's been gone a lot for
Right.
sick leave or on a vacation time and stuff like that, because she's getting three weeks. And I want somebody there, you know what I mean? So, there's times when we use them, a 16-hour week, and the next week we might use her 25 hours, or whatever the limit is. I'm not sure. I think I put the amount I did up top there.
No, I understand why.
Improve, but I'm gonna watch it close. And, we'll just, you know, have to watch it close.
So,
Do you already have a candidate? No? I asked, one of the reasons I asked that is because Ms. Spees is gone, but, we tried for a long time to fill an office down the hall with a part-timer and couldn't find anybody that would take the job.
I think everybody's got that problem there. I mean, I would like to find somebody that is younger, that is, computer savvy, and can take over at Patty,
Well, I also wonder about the way you're describing the job, because I guess if I was applying for it, I'd be a little concerned that one week I'm working this amount, and next week I'm working that amount. I can't depend on what it's going to be.
We can look at this, we need time to kind of see what we need there, but I don't have it there. In the technology fund that we have, we were gonna look at taking it out of there, but it's been used up.
Well, you can't use that anyway.
It says,
For technology. You can hire an employee with technology now.
yeah, take a look at it, because there's something in there right now, we got $4,500 line on plus there, and we don't have that in there.
Well, funding's one thing, but authorization from the court for another employee is another thing.
What about if you had a person in there 1 day a week? Would that not help?
1 day a week,
Yeah,
well, sure, anything helps.
that's what I'm thinking. I mean, I'm just throwing that number, that at you, Judge, because, 1 day, 2 days, or whatever, it's gotta help no matter what you got, and that's a start. It's a start, maybe.
Well, the thing I got here, the reason I put a big amount in there is to say, this is what I need. Right now, I was saying, if we could find somebody for 2 days a week, well, like Judge said up there, if you don't know what you're gonna get, well, you're not gonna find it. You're not gonna find somebody young, that's gonna family, there's no way. So we're gonna have to find somebody.
750 something? Said 53?
Okay.
I don't know exactly, but that's.
No, I'm just trying to figure out how to help you out.
I'd say right now, 2 days a week.
So you're saying 2 8-hour days? 2 8-hour days a week?
2 8 hours a day.
That's what you're asking? Okay.
And see what it does. I can always come back.
under the circumstances of what Patty's going through and everything, is she able to pull a 40-hour week?
Is she what?
Able to work a 40-hour week?
Patty down? Yeah, she can work it, but you know, we have the sick leave, like this Monday, I went down and stayed 3/4 of a day. She did ask me not to answer the phone because blah, 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 blah. And, you know, the thing is, I'm there and I have 4 or 5 people and they want to see somebody there,
Oh, sure.
you know.
Can we back up a second? I got lost. I thought I heard you say she said she doesn't want you answering the phones because of something.
She don't want me to answer the phone because she's afraid that I'll mess up and that she can call these people back or she can get the full story. I'm not answering the phone right now. Doesn't mean I can't. But I mean, I think the doors need to be open down there because we get a lot from other issues down there.
So Commissioner Weir asked you if she can work a 40-hour week, and I heard you say she can, but it doesn't sound like she does.
She's been working more, you know, we had a period of time there that she didn't work because of her heart problem. She's getting a lot better, true enough. But she's carrying a load from 39,000 in '04 to now at 163. The revenue's coming up, the sheriff department's been doing a very good job on getting us a lot of revenue to us. And, I'm pleased with the coverage we're getting down there, but getting back to me, I need a part-time brother. And yes, I need to see how we go on. I don't know until I get somebody in there. But, you know, yes, we're gonna have to watch them close. I know that they're having trouble getting an employee from down there on, I'd like to have a bilingual person, but getting somebody young and bilingual, they're gonna work somewhere where they're making money. I can get, do I have a candidate? No, I don't, right now. There's people down there, retired school teacher, she's one.
Anyone else?
Well, I feel for you, Judge, because, I mean, under the increased workload that you've got, and then you have a person that, because of health reasons, can't put in 40 hours a week on average. On average, that's part of the problem. I mean, that's part of the problem, well, keeping up with the workload, naturally. So I was trying to figure out how to help
We
you.
got a problem, I hate to see the increase.
Yeah, no,
This year, we're, okay, up to June, we're at $74,323. Again, that's twice the amount we did before.
right,
So we got twice the load right there.
right. So if you had a
I
person,
mean, that's just half a year.
right. I know you would still have you'd still be struggling if you had a person working 40 hours a week, 40 hours every week. But the fact that you don't makes it that much worse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I
but
went by there several times because I go that way from another piece of property I have. And I go that way and Patty's sitting there at 7 o'clock in the evening. And, you know, I mean,
I've seen her there numerous times after 5.
and she might have come in at 9 o'clock that morning, but she worked at 7 to cover herself.
Right,
And she's done a very good job for me.
right.
She's kept my butt out of trouble, let's put it that way.
well, no disrespect intended, but you know, there's other, there's kind of other ways to look at this. I don't know if you have 100 tickets, say you have 1,000 tickets, and it comes up with $39,000 of revenue in 2004. I don't know if the workload is really all that much bigger if you still have 1,000 tickets, but they're just more expensive tickets in 2019. I'm looking at some law enforcement people to see if they're like going this way or what they're doing. I don't know if inflation has hit citations and,
I have no idea which citations, I don't have any idea what time.
I mean, we can't just say, because you bring in, 4 times the money in 2019 that you brought in 2004, that the workload's, I don't think that all by itself says that there's a lot more work.
Judge, you know yourself in civil, you work a lot of civil, and some of it comes from us down there on the fields, and you know that's way up. And they're gonna jump us September 1st to 20,000 instead of 10,000 like we are today. That's gonna increase our load tremendously right there. 20,000 is a lot of money, we're gonna have a lot of people coming in on $20,000. One person, it's really hard for that one person to do it. She's very honest. I know a lot of times you might look on your little camera and see that somebody, the lights aren't on in there at 9 o'clock or something, but go down there and see if the lights aren't on at 7 o'clock, because they are. She don't try to screw you, but she needs help. She don't, but I'm sorry.
All right, what else?
So, I guess, I'm looking more at the dollar amount, and, is there a set wage, if they work 16 hours a week, or they work 29 hours a week, you know, how would we adjust or have a set wage?
You know,
That's what we, I mean, that's kind of where I'm going. I need to, you know, if this does get approved, you know, what is the hourly rate? You know, maybe they're working 16 hours, maybe they're working 29 hours, I don't know. But I know how much money I have at the end. I don't want to work 16 hours and get the full amount as the same as the person working 29 and getting the same amount, so.
well, and maybe,
We gotta govern that ourselves and see, that's why I asked for the amount that I asked for, is that's the top. I know I can't go any further.
I
But
think,
I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that right at first I'm gonna use, the,
15.5.
So what dollar amount did you calculate to get that number? What hourly rate?
y'all's hourly rate.
You took half of a full-time employee, right?
Which is basically 14 and
That's
a
what it
half,
sounds like.
around $15 an hour, right, for 31,000?
Yes, somewhere in that. Well,
And the point I was going to make with Ms. Swift is, in times past, when we've had part-time employees for various activities that we don't necessarily have them today, but we had them, and the hourly rate was whatever we thought we could get away with in the market. And by that I mean we didn't pay any more than we had to, and it might not have been a half of a full-time employee. It might have been $11 an hour, or 12.
Right, it was less than half of what a full-time, or it was less. What our part-time employees are making now is less.
But who decides that?
The court, y'all decide. Y'all vote.
So, I'm just trying to get clear here. So if the Commissioners Court were to approve a part-time secretary and a dollar amount, shouldn't the Commissioners Court set an hourly rate as well? Okay.
Yes.
And then the dollar amount will depend on whether the Commissioners Court thinks they get 20 hours a week, or 29 hours a week, or 15 hours a week, or whatever. But the two things going on. The Commissioners Court needs to decide how much of an employee and how much you're going to pay on an hourly rate.
Yes, sir.
Is that?
Yes.
I'm asking. I'm not really.
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, Sheila makes $13.25, and she's got 7 years experience.
And she also serves in the Treasurer's office on occasion.
Yes, sir. She goes out wherever she is needed.
Matter of fact, okay.
Very good employee. She did a good job for us down there for the 2 weeks she's done.
All right. Anything else on that one? Precinct 1 Constable. The only real expense that's increased is the auto expense, and it who knows when he'll actually get a new vehicle. It got grant funded for a new vehicle. Thank goodness it's not coming out of our pocket directly. But that could be a while, as the sheriff and chief can attest. Sometimes it takes months and months to get a vehicle, so it might be a while. So, and that's the truck that Constable Fenton and Constable Haley before him is in need of attention. So that's why the number has jumped up so much. Otherwise, there's no real jumps. I can tell you, I won't be surprised if there's not a discussion next year about a difference in salaries for constables based on, in my mind, it will be based on productivity. Write that down. Remember I said it, because I believe it will come back to us.
One other thing.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe, Patrick, if you were needing to tweak your cell phone bill a little bit.
Yes, I forgot to add in taxes. I tried with AT&T to get the tax exemption. It's a difficult process. I was unable to secure it for some reason. I've gone and attempted it 2 other times, and I still haven't heard back from them. So, my adjustment is kind of minimal. It's about $30 a month, or $20 a month. Sorry, $20 a month. For the existing $70 deal. But the thing is that I added in for office expenses for my grant, so it may take care of that potentially. It may not be that grant.
Clarify if I heard you right. Instead of $750, it needs to be $1,000 under the cell phone line item. All right. What else? Precinct 4. Constable. (911) addressing. So you'll note the big difference is somebody goes back to being an assistant auditor. Am I going? Everybody good?
Judge, what if, from the emergency management page, we, instead of that showing 2, just increase this by that amount in the 911?
I'm fine with that idea.
Do you find that, Kathy? You understand what I said?
All right, so
Take it out of one and add it to the other?
Right.
Yeah.
That way I'm not showing 2 secretaries in the emergency management office.
Yeah.
are we ready?
Because we have no secretaries, actually.
Are we ready to go to recycle?
On part-time, we no longer have that role authority anymore, just rural water.
But the number's the same, right?
But the power stays.
Anything else? And that takes us to capital equipment, a lot of which is the sheriff's. I'm going to go backwards. If you look at the, and when I say the bottom, of course, you're seeing 3 different columns from 3 different years of capital equipment. So the bottom of the top column, which is the proposed capital equipment for this coming year, you'll see there's a body camera and a vehicle dash camera for Constable and Precinct 4. Precinct 1 is getting those things, I think, based on a grant, and right, and Precinct 4 doesn't have any grant funding. And the vehicle camera's been asked for before, and I think we as a body didn't feel it was necessary. But if I read right, if I read the tea leaves right, the push nationally, if not an actual law yet, is that every single commissioned peace officer is going to need to have body camera and dash camera. And so I don't think I have prices down yet, but I'll be submitting this with prices for those, because while I'm reluctant to want to do it on a personal level, because I'm not really sure I see the workload, I feel like we're going to be compelled to do that because he's a peace officer. So if you look at the very top number there, the 301, that would be the actual, all these other numbers would be folded into that number. It's not in addition to that number. They'd be folded into that number. That would be the payment for the first of 2 GovCap payments is what I propose. Or I don't even know if I'm proposing it yet, but I'm floating the idea that we take all of these things that are being asked for and do what we've done the last couple of years and do the 2-year GovCap lease, which seems to be working really, really well. Is there a particular item you all want to talk about?
The server for the courthouse, when did we do, I thought we just did that.
We may have budgeted for it but not done it. I don't remember. Kathy's shaking her head yes that we budgeted for it but haven't done it yet. But Mr. Nagel keeps telling us, when he comes in the office, he keeps telling us that we're on borrowed time and we're going to have to replace it. We just haven't done it yet.
Was it budgeted under a capital expenditure last year, or?
Well, if it's here, you can see it, and it was not.
Oh, there is servers and LEC. That must have been what I was thinking. Was last year.
We did talk
I
once.
remember servers now.
Well, we've had discussions about servers for a couple of years because there's another box down there that's even way more expensive, or there was another box down there that's way more expensive that we also were needing to replace because it was getting to end of life. But that was net data, and we opted to go to the cloud as opposed to replacing that $40,000 or $50,000 box. But this is our server for Blanco County for our email and all of our other activity. What else?
Judge, on the electrical for the South Annex, I need to add a little bit of money to that if I can.
Like what?
$1,000. About $1,500 in there right now.
I'm looking for the line. How far down is it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right before the 2020 Dodge.
I lost track. My glasses fogged up.
Is it? By the 3 dash 2020 Durango.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you're thinking 2,500, and
Yes, sir. No.
and that gets you
That's
some kind of power to the south end of the precinct 1 and precinct 4 yard.
It wires what the judge needs done. It wires that, and it wires for our hot water pressure cleaner. We've got all the conduit ran, but to do that and put the lights there and get the boxes set for the electrical and all of that, I don't have any wire run right now. I don't have any breakers, so I'm putting 2,500. Mr. Leisman, you know a lot better than I do what this stuff costs, but I'm hoping I can stay under that amount, but I know it's probably going to be over 15. And I haven't gotten any bids on it yet, so.
I would, so I don't have any problem proposing that, that's fine. I would like to ask the sheriff and chief deputy what happened? The, we have four-wheel drive, crew cab, patrol trucks, and they keep going up in price. And so you tried out some Explorers that were a little cheaper, and they keep going up in price. And now we look at Dodge Durangos, trying to contain cost and also trying to balance the fleet, right? And I realize that a bunch of this is going to be the technical equipment that you have to have in one because we've gone to that new CAD system, but it still comes out to like $57,000 a vehicle. And I guess I was imagining less.
No, we were spending more than that, or every bit of that and more on the Explorers last year with the equipment on them and the CAD system. This is actually, I thought we were about $3,000 or $4,000 cheaper per vehicle. Total.
Are the base vehicles cheaper?
Yes.
Then,
We went through a different contract with the Sheriff's Association. Y'all approved the contract 2 months ago, and we decided we wanted to go with Dodge Durangos, a little bigger interior, bigger motor, all-wheel drive. It's about almost $3,500 cheaper than the Explorer at this year's price.
because we don't have a new vehicle dealership in Blanco County, it's not like it behooves us to keep everything in the fleet in one brand, does it?
The problem is that even if you go to an individual dealer, which you've done with before, they don't get mass discounts that one that has a contract with Fort Bend or Sheriff's Association or Capcom or any of the other entities.
Yeah, but I was really referring to maintenance and to future maintenance. And
Maintenance is correct. Maintenance, we know the dealerships we need to check our vehicles to. We've tried a couple of them, we've had some real full service with some of them. The other ones, we have one specifically for, one specifically for Dodge.
so, and I was just making the point that it's not like we have a Ford dealership here in Johnson City that we could save time and trouble by having a Ford fleet and not having to go to Lampasas or whatever,
Yes.
because we don't have such a thing. All right.
So I have a question on that. So these 3 vehicles will be replacing 3 vehicles? You're going to be putting us on those 3 vehicles?
We're not sure we're going to be replacing any. We're noticing that we have to keep at least 2 spare vehicles for patrol. And right now we're down to 1 spare vehicle for patrol. And we've added spots to patrol. The one deputy that's in training right now is in the FTO program. He doesn't have vehicle issues with him because we only have 1 spare vehicle. We still have 2 Explorers, but not outfitted. We're getting the
replace the old, you're gonna go with the 6,000s?
It is, yes, sir.
Thank you, Ron. And then, but as I mentioned earlier, we don't want a bunch of radios sitting on the shelf, so let's make sure that once we get new radios, we'll turn those off to keep our percentage down.
We don't have a bunch of them sitting on the
We
shelf.
don't have it sitting on the shelf.
Okay. So can you explain to us what the LogSoft monitor system is?
This would be,
It helps with the Tiger Land Act. The current software that our jail uses is part one, and it has the pipes where you can log in as you check on your inmates. This new system, LogSoft, everything's done on an iPad, and you can detail literally everything each inmate is doing in every day. It will log when they
covers hardware and software, or is there any hardware involved in it?
There will be hardware,
Yeah.
there will be, kind of like the system we have now, they're gonna have some GPS dots in there, we can show we did go check who's in that cell and what's going on.
I got you. That's all part of this
Yes,
maintenance
sir,
fee.
it's all together.
Gotcha.
So what will be the ongoing cost on the locks off? Do you have that number in front of you as well?
Yes, sir.
No?
No, sir, all I have is the 13% per year.
No, I'm talking about the locks off the other program.
I'm sorry, I was talking about lots off.
Oh. Okay.
Yes, sir, that's the Ryan Technologies, that's the, I'm sorry, I thought
Okay, so locks off is gonna be a 13%,
ongoing.
ongoing deal. What about the matrix, the DVR system replacement? Will there be an ongoing cost of that?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir. They're gonna install it, we do have a maintenance package with them, but it's for the doors, it's not for the camera system. And I'm sorry, Commissioner, give me just 1 second to check, I don't want to misspeak. I did make notes for what Brian gave me, and I do want to mention he is more than happy to come and speak with the court if you have more specific questions than I can answer. But the software for this system is called Salient, and it's a one-time license fee. They are located in Austin, and then a service for the life of the product. So I don't think that's anything we're going to be ongoing, but I would need to get specifics from him.
Well, wouldn't that be the second level of this process? We can budget for it this summer, but when you go to purchase it, it'll be a purchase agreement, some kind of contract, I would assume, that will come before Commissioners Court, and at that point,
Absolutely.
the gentleman you mentioned can present.
Absolutely, if you would like. I told him because of COVID and the way things work, we would do this first meeting without him. And if he was required, he said we'd be more than happy to. But my understanding is that would be our payment for the first year. That's what it covers for the first year. And like I said, anything above and beyond that will have to go to the county attorney and be contingent based on funds that they want.
Sheriff, I just want to go back and make sure you weren't like exaggerating or making a special point. I heard you say you have no spare radios whatsoever.
If I do, it's in Robert's locker.
Okay, well, let's,
There'd be old radios, because he and I are still using old radios as well.
He's saying there's one in the locker.
one in the locker. Okay, so if somebody's radio gets run over or disabled, we have one to hand out. Okay.
No.
No, I mean, I could agree.
We have radios in emergency management that are specifically ready to go for the sheriff's office.
How many?
How many you got? Like 7.
All right. So as an insurance policy, we have 1 plus 7. We have 8 times 16 or whatever it is, the subscriber fee per month. That's our insurance policy to have radios if we need them.
As far as insurance policy or during an emergency event.
Still an
and
insurance.
Right.
Still an insurance policy. Okay. Just checking. Say that. All right. And that leaves us with the expenditure summary page. And the one thing I would want to point out to you is down at the bottom where it's 10,560,000, general fund cap equipment. The number 534,302 is assuming that we did do a GovCap finance of that list of things. Otherwise, that number would be, if we just outright purchased everything, would be closer to the neighborhood of 900,000. I'm good. If anyone needs a break, let me know. Because we're up to the 4 road and bridge precincts. Precinct 1.
Tom, is this 50,000? What is this, is it to go inside with that same project?
The road project, yes.
I actually think it needs to be 100,000. It's going to cost him 200,000 to do that project. He's going to get 50 from the Kinder Morgan that each of you is going to get. He's going to get 50 from the Kinder Morgan
And I have 50.
Community Investment, and there's another 50 coming from somewhere.
I've got 50 in my budget for this year.
Right. So you need 100 is what you need.
Yeah.
Well, maybe. That's my opinion. You can make a note, a question mark on it, yeah. Precinct 2. Really nothing remarkable at all. And 3, there's a road project that is due, it's time, and
So this is a low water crossing that I'm proposing to put box culverts in and have engineered. And it's one that has water running over it all the time constantly, and we have numerous motorcycle accidents out there. So, and we've had a few vehicles get swept off in the high water.
anything else on that one? Precinct 4. I'm gonna throw out a bombshell on this one. So, Commissioner Granberg, the Middle Creek Bridge proposal was, we've had this debate, argument, whatever, for a long time now about does it have to be this way, does it have to be this way? And let me just let me see if I can characterize it and you tell me if I get this wrong or right. At first, it had to be a bridge a particular way because the Franklin Ranch dictated it be that way when it was going to be on their side of the fence going across the ravine.
Yes, it had to be built to textile standards.
Right. Now, the bridge, the right-of-way that you sort of started clearing a couple, 3 years ago and that we've discussed over and over would be on the other side of the fence on the lanes of property, correct? And so we're not under the Franklin obligation for a TxDOT designed bridge, right? Because the lanes don't have that. They haven't insisted on that, right? The reason the reason we paid it, so it's money that's already put away. But in terms of building a $445,000, I think that's what the number was that we put in the grant request, about $450,000 bridge or something here the other way. But you don't want it. But you don't want to, right?
If it got it done, it'd probably be better to do that than type situation that is good for everyone.
Is there any chance that the last year?
I don't think so.
I mean, because we're gonna have to go out on bids again.
And I've already talked, they said,
But-
basically a big half moon type bullet
Right.
that you set it in the channel and then just fill into it.
I mean,
It would work.
there's construction contractors that have their own engineering groups that can engineer that and do the whole turnkey job, including the engineering. So I don't understand why, and that might possibly be somewhat cheaper than going the TxDOT route with the other, even parking the engineering that you have already done, putting it off to the side and looking at it again with a different point of view. But I'm not saying get an independent person to engineer it and then go find somebody to do this.
Really sharp turn. But what I can't recall is when you cut across that ravine straight and you connect up with the road again, don't you still, that's,
it would still be
it's still a hard left, isn't it? Because you
Yes.
still got to cross a
to
cattle road.
reconnect, yes. But you're out of the water.
Yes, sir.
That's the main thing. You're out. You're not driving in the water.
Commissioner, is that location still available?
I do, you know, how they would.
When you say that, I kind of remember letters going both ways.
It was. So,
Where,
I don't know what the feeling is now. I think after the time of the flood, because they got to cross the same creek twice. And the other crossing is low water. So everybody who's in between potentially are held in until the water goes down. So that was another point for the elevated bridge. But what you're talking about would be designed so it would not be in a low water, it would not be overtopped. So you're basically, yes, you're doing the same thing. You're out of the water unless it's just something that just catastrophic.
What is the span of that unit?
It was going to be about 100 feet.
So very doable, right?
Well, but you have approaches, you have aprons on both ends. It
What do
might
you
be
mean- what do
another
you mean?
100 feet each.
what do you mean by very doable?
Well, I was wondering if the span was gonna be a 200-foot span. You know, it might not be as feasible trying to do a
Arch.
half moon as opposed to the span of the bridge across it. So,
Yeah. A free span or
Right.
with columns, yeah. Well, then again, your contractors, your engineers can engineer it different ways depending on the approach, you know,
I did look at it, but the problem was the right of way was tied to the TxDOT. That's the key.
because of the
Was.
property.
It was.
It's not now.
It's not now. No, they would be agreeable to pretty much anything.
What was the reason for the opposition back then?
There was a faction of the neighborhood who felt that
create more tourists.
the road would become more used because it would become a cut through for truck traffic, which is no.
Didn't
That
you-
has nothing. Truck traffic would not use that road as a cut through. And then there was a group that said they like driving in the water.
Well, wasn't there also an opposition that said the money would be better spent somewhere else?
And then there was a group who says they should be,
You should fix their bridge.
theirs should be fixed first because there's more traffic and more people involved.
So how do you assess that need by the number, the density, by the number of people that crosses the bridge, or by how unsafe it is, or, I
The
mean,
safety is the number one.
okay,
issue.
so the safety out, if you have something that's 10 families, and then another one over here that the risk is less, but you've got 40 families,
Yes.
it's still a high risk.
But their complaint was, the Chimney Valley group was, they are held in the flood event. It may be as long as a week
Wow. Yeah.
before they can, and that happened in the 2015 event, but they were able to get out through private property,
Yeah.
which, I mean, they were, and that's happened at least 3 times since I've been involved, where it was more than 2 or 3 days before they could have access out.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
It's passive. It can, they can get out. It can be,
Fun scenarios.
yeah, it can be done. So I don't know what the feeling of there's been a lot of turnover in the residents in the neighborhood there. There's more and more development. There's been other flood events where people have said, you know what, sure would be nice if we could drive across here. And a lot of the people who were so much in favor of the driving in the water, I think a lot of that faction is maybe not there anymore. So I don't know. I'd be willing to try. I'd be willing to try again if we can come up with the funding, look at alternatives.
Well, that's a first. You haven't said that before.
It'd be better than nothing.
Well,
Anything could be improved.
speaking of $2 million, there's a lot of people right now going, what the hell is he doing? Why am I bringing up Middle Creek again? And the reason is because we put it out there to the public. We put it out to TxDOT just a couple months ago that it's still on our list. It's something we're thinking about. And while it's not the most important problem I think we have in roadways, I believe it's a different road, but everybody tells me that is a $2 million problem. And so we can't really tackle that right now.
Yeah.
But maybe we should tackle what we can. And we got grant funding to do the first couple things on our list. And your thing is down there in number 3 or 4 or 5 spot. And maybe that's why I'm asking about it. I'm wondering if we ought to rethink this, as controversial as it was.
If money becomes available and we could do it with a different style, hey, I say go for it. There's no sense in passing it up.
All right, I planted the seed. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
And then there's the summary page of the precincts. You'll note the next page is interest in sinking, and that red ink is wrong. That's from last year, the 3.1 cents. I'm going to be proposing a 4-cent INS tax, but that will equal the number that you see on the right, the 730,000 roughly. And that takes us to another summary page. Let me know if you want to stop. Because then there's special funds, school land, hot check fund, records management. Stop anywhere you see something you want to talk about. And I think this is the one that Commissioner Gramberg, you were talking about with me earlier this morning about hazardous waste collection fund.
Yes.
I'm on page 48, I think. No, it's 48 and a half. New fund, I guess. And the idea being that we roll over, we try to save what we budget, roll it over for next time.
Right. Let's start building the fund because the grant situation may not be there forever. So the idea is we do the hazardous waste collection events when we get a CapCall grant, which we have a $32,000 CapCall grant to fund the event coming up on the 26th of September. We've already got a date, we've got a contractor, we've got
getting close to ready to look at the sheriff's department. Just before we do, I'm looking at page 52, just to point out to you that there's a co-file payment listed there, the second of 4, and the work has been performed. It has been and is being performed just terrifically, and it's well worth the money being spent. It's coming out of an archive fund that's well able to support it almost on annual revenues alone. So that's all I have, just to point that out to you. And if there's some other special fund you all want to talk about.
Judge, let me ask you back on the hazardous waste fund. You weren't describing what it costs to do a hazardous waste. You were talking about a regular one, or?
No, the regular one costs us maybe $5,000.
What'd you say the hazardous waste was, 35? 32. And on this revenue, Judge, is that something that rolls over into the next year where you can accumulate it until you can afford?
That's what we want to start doing.
So what do you do that on a 3-year plan where every 3 years you have enough to do one, or?
You know, it's a good question though. Why can't we, instead of making it just hazardous waste collection, why can't we add on the other annual events and all the money we collect, whether it's from CapCog or a city or whoever, it flows into that fund, and we bank it all to be used for both types of events?
You can.
And it can roll from year to year and not necessarily, oh.
And previously, our cleanup events, because of the sale of the collection of scrap metal, the sale of the collection of batteries, and by working the collecting for the tires, we've actually been able to do those events for about, out of pocket, about $2,500.
And you think that's going to continue in the future?
Oh, that's a yearly event.
But it's not going to go away like steel prices or plastic. You can't give it away now. So what I'm saying is there something that we can accumulate that will fund? These cleanups are essential, I think, for the county. I mean, they are really important, and we got to accumulate a fund or whatever it takes to do them I'm talking about a hazardous waste one every 3 years, a regular one every year, and however that takes to do that, I'd be interested in looking at it.
See, we get some supplemental funding from the water district. They give us $2,000 a year.
Well, all that helps, you bet.
And we didn't use it this year, but see, it's coming up with the new budget year. We'll have an additional $4,000 would be needed. That's where we need the accumulation to roll over, because if we don't use it, we don't want to lose it. We want to keep it designated for that
Okay.
project.
I just
We
wanted
used
to,
to get some out of the cities, but the cities are in such turmoil right now.
yeah, but it doesn't mean we can't ask them. We need to keep going back at them. That's ridiculous.
Go back and try again. I didn't even attempt it this year.
So, Judge, I have on page 67, the e-filing service fee.
Potentially, yeah.
Is that what we're doing? We're just trying to wipe that account?
They did it, yes, yes.
Okay. That was my question. And then the last question I have prior to the sheriff's office budget is page 70. Page 70 is emergency management grant. Right now, I am about 98% sure that I just acquired a little over $1 million for a new power plant. So I'm excited about that. I don't know, Mike has some other numbers. Do you want to put that in this? Where do we want to put that, those numbers?
Hang on a second. My page 70 said truancy.
Yeah, I have to relate it. I have to remember to make that.
Oh, okay. Emergency management grant, right? Is that what you're
Yes,
talking
sir.
about? Yeah, that's where you put it, right?
So, I don't know, all the different grants, I don't know exactly what grants Mike has got in his portfolio, but, we'll encompass all of those and include them in here. Ben, is that where you want them, all of here? Okay.
All right. Is that it? Got the sheriff's 2 pages here, and I guess I'm sorry, I should have said this to you earlier. I don't think it's going to take more than a couple of minutes, but we are going to have to break right, in about 5 to 10 minutes, for a few minutes, for a hearing that just can't be done at any other time at all. But with that said, looking at the sheriff's budget, they are 10 and 10.
10 and 10.
And I want to open this up with a couple of thoughts. The first is, because I know that there's always this tension between commissioners' courts and a sheriff's office, not in Blanco County, in the world, because the sheriff's office is always one of the biggest departments and therefore one of the biggest expenses, and they do something that doesn't really relate for us average people about needing a new model taser or this or that. So there's always a bit of a struggle, but I want to start out just by complimenting Don Jackson personally. I think he and his staff have been just an outstanding model for sheriffs everywhere of how to try to be fiscally responsible. You know, they run in their budget on a monthly basis, just about like the rest of you do. They try to stay under budget as much as possible, and they do a pretty darn good job. I also noticed that what we budgeted in the 18-19 session versus what we budgeted for today, for this year, was an 18.5% increase in the bottom line, the total sheriff budget line. And what is being asked for this year appears to be a change from 2019-20 to 2020-2021 of only a little over 3%. So that's a pretty significant drop in what's being asked for. One more thing I want to add is there's some red language at the bottom, and that was really based on a concept that I have talked about with Don and Neil on several occasions about, I guess I'd call it an extended longevity plan, but it's not in here. It doesn't show up in here. So the point of that language that Kim and Debbie helped me with, the red language, is just that if you were to agree to whatever they might be proposing, that we're not locking the county in. It's not becoming a part of like the personnel manual or personnel policy, and might change next year depending on economy and circumstances and whatever. That was my intention, was to carve out room for the Commissioners Court to do whatever they needed to do in years to come. But for now, this is what they're proposing. And I think I'm going to have to ask you all to take a break, take a recess, gather your thoughts. It's totally up to y'all. Whatever you want to do, like we can have lunch, or we can come back after lunch, or we can just take I think I can be done in about 10 or 15 minutes, maybe a little longer, and we could start back. I can start back up probably as soon as 12 to 20-ish.
Let's just take a lunch.
Hour or what? Okay.
Say till 1? 1-ish? Okay. Let's recess.
Okay.
Be back at 1.
Where are we doing the hearing? In here?
Do we need to move our stuff?
No.
That would be awesome, because I'm already set up, so.
Yeah.
Everything here.
Oh, we need to get out of your way?
Yeah.
Move all the gear?
No.
Okay. All right. Is that for your? That's cool.
I think we're still live.
This isn't on.
All right. So we back on. We're ready to go. Okay.
Good stuff.
So we're out of recess, back in the workshop, and taking up the sheriff's office budget pages. So, salary is the main area, I think, to discuss. There may be some other minor things. And I think the best way is to ask the sheriff and or chief to maybe take the microphone and walk us through it.
Flip for it.
Questions?
Um, let's just start with line item 103, which is Jimmy Fox. So the present year's salary is 54,117, and if you walked over and looked at the proposal of 59,033, just in my head, that's like about a $5,000 increase, which is about to almost a 10% increase. But that's not the whole story, because if you back up and look, it says sergeant. It says patrol sergeant 2, which is not what he was earlier this year.
Correct.
Which is not what he was when we budgeted 54,157.
Correct.
So I can't tell. I can't tell what all is going on with him exactly to get to 59,033.
Well, he is in longevity, as we know, but usually our standard is if a person's promoted and they're already above or at what a supervisor's pay would already be, we do a minimum of 4% increase in their earnings to get them above the control level as a supervisor, because they take on a lot of duties, including on call and so on. So that's the reason why we do that.
So does the 5903 include anything other than his being promoted?
I believe on top of that, it did include what we were trying to put into plug. No, it didn't. I'm sorry. That's the second and fourth we did.
While you're thinking that through, because I still want that answer, but can you? I need to back up and clarify. I thought I heard you say that that when you get a promotion, something about 4%. Is that like at least 4%? Is that what we're thinking?
Yes.
Okay. So 4% of the 54,157 that's over in the next column is promotion.
Yes.
And then it's the rest that you have to tell us about. Right?
Well, that's the that would be promotion for this year. We had to give him, in other words, he had to get the 4% of this year's budget, and then we figure in the increase for 2020, 2021. So projection for 2020 and 2021 would be the 59,033. And then this other increase would be for the next year's budget, which starts October 1st.
Uh-huh. I don't want to monopolize this. First, somebody else ask questions, but just for starters, So we budgeted last year 50, and we got a lot of people to talk about, but we budgeted last year 54,157. He became a sergeant, and 4% of 54,157 would put him at an annual rate of 56,323 today, as a sergeant today. And then we want to talk about budgeting him for 59,033 October the 1st, which is nearly $2,700 more. So, and what is that? Is that just the amount that, is that a percent? Is that a number? Where'd that come from?
It should be another 4% increase for him for 2021.
Well, that got me close. It got me to 58,576. So it's a little more than 4%, but close.
Well, he also is longevity on top of that. So
Okay.
So, Nick, I'm sorry, y'all already figured in the longevity.
no, didn't figure it out.
We just said he also gets,
He also looked at the longevity.
okay, so on top of the 59, he would get more.
Oh, I see it's 1%.
Yeah, 1% of what number?
Of the increase that he got this year. No, well, I don't know. That 1% would be his salary that he's getting before the new budget goes into effect.
So, I mean, that's the way it always works, is anybody that's getting an increase in salary is going to get whatever, if there's a cost of living increase and if there's a longevity increase, it all applies to whatever their salary was on September the 30th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's the way I understand it.
All right. But I think we're missing some questions here because I think you want to argue about marketplace because 59,033, which is going to be in the neighborhood of 5% almost from what he's making today, plus whatever his longevity is going to be, plus a cost of living, that's where I would stop. But then I think you're going to say, no, he should also get the cost of living increase any other Blanco employee is going to get, right?
Yes, sir.
Which as of today is proposed at 6%, and that's a lot of percentage. That's like 1 plus 5 plus 6 is like 12. Okay, but that's just one line, and what about some of the other lines? Can you help us get through this, because I don't.
Chief, let me ask you, is some of this, are you still trying to get up to a competitive wage that y'all been working on over the last 3 budgets?
We're so far behind, it hurts.
I mean, is that considered in here? Is that what you're trying to do?
We're trying to get into the competition, but I can tell you, got one person right on death right now that's getting ready to apply for a position. Starting pay is $62,915 as a starting patrol officer, plus a $3,000 signing bonus.
Do you think we'll ever be able to compete with that?
Maybe when the county population grows, we're able to afford the money. But I think there's a lot of, majority of our people that work here live here, or live close to here, and they are dedicated. They know they can go down the street and make a lot more money. But they want to grow with the county, and that's the reason why they're here.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, you're going to find one that goes, man, I need to go make some money for my family. I two other counties, or adjacent counties, Gulf one, I can't remember the other one, waiting for one of them to make the job over, and it's a lot of money. But, you know, the people we have over here are dedicated to this county. We have our patrol level right now, we have very few problems with patrol, very few. They're well educated and they respect the general orders. I feel extremely lucky. I've worked at 3 other agencies and I've seen the problems that can be created from some people who just don't care about where they are. So this is an effort to try and offer some kind of competitive salary to get them here, number one, and then let them know that after a couple of years, you're going to go to another pay level.
How short-handed are you now?
Patrol, we only have one opening. We only have one opening at this point. We have one of our jailers is in the police academy, and one of our dispatchers just started in the police academy yesterday. And we're thinking that the jailer that's in the police academy now, when he graduates, he'll graduate, I think, in November. We'd like to place him in the third authorization that y'all gave us for the current budget. So in other words, we have one already in place. We lost Patrick when he became a constable, so that still left us 3 openings. We had another jailer graduate. He went into the FTO program in patrol. He's doing very well. He was one of them that we sponsored. The next position, jail sergeant, just graduated from the academy. He'll start patrol August 1st. So the third position, we're hoping for the last jailer to come out of the academy. If my other deputy goes, gets his job elsewhere, which I would say is pretty promising for him, he'll have another patrol open. But patrol's been pretty stable. And we're able to provide a lot more coverage than we were before, which makes it safer on the street for everybody, employees as well as citizens. But we're looking at starting salaries unbelievable. But we're talking about 59,033. Well, go down the street to Barnett, brand new deputy starts at I believe now 56. And that's a brand new deputy straight out of the academy with no experience. It's just one of those things that's going to keep going because the pool is shrinking rapidly. Because of the ongoing problems, there's a lot of people getting out of law enforcement simply because they want to stay alive and be with their family.
Would you think some of those people would want to be coming to a more rural area rather than and get away from the urban problems?
I thought about that as well. Possibility. A lot of my friends in Houston know where I'm at. None of them call me about that kind of position here. And I know they're losing officers there just left and right as well. But now with defunding of a lot of the police departments, it's going to get worse. So, I don't know. I don't know how to attract them up here. Not for the money that we make and offer them what we can.
Something you asked a minute ago, I wanted to touch on. You were asking about how short-handed they are now. And I'm used to running in organizations where you're always down a percentage of employees. There's always turnover, and you're always trying to hire. This particular department, I don't think has hardly any room to be down employees, to be in that shape. And I say that only because I thought we've been working in the last 2 or 3 years towards as the word safer comes to mind, making it so that we could have more than one deputy on duty for 713 or whatever it is square miles in the middle of the night. And so being down just one is maybe tolerable, but this is not an organization that I think can have a lot of openings.
I think one thing that has helped us tremendously is the fact that we can sponsor non-sworn personnel for the academy. They maintain a full-time job with us, but yet go to the academy. That's what two of them are doing right now. And I've got another one that's working in the jail right now who is a licensed peace officer who we started as a jailer. And she has proven to be very, very good at what she does. But it helps us because if we can take an employee that we see does a very good job, has been with us for a year, 2 years, we like to be able to help them through the academy. That gives them that much more ownership in the department overall. Plus, they know the operation of the department. And so when they come out, they still have to go before a board to be approved to go to the patrol. It's not just automatic just because they graduate. They go before a board of 6 of our people, and they're asked a preset number of questions, and they have to make a certain score before they be able to go to the patrol. So that's proven to be very good for us. It's not like they've never been here before. When they hit the street, they know they've never worked in the department.
I remember last year in the budget hearings, we were talking about night patrol.
Yes, sir.
And you had mentioned, or someone had mentioned, that in the other counties around us, they were running two officers or whatever together. In our county, we were running one. Is that correct? Are we still there?
We're almost to 2 per shift. Right now, our local active shift is 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. And from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., most of the time we're running one active deputy.
For the whole county?
Yes, sir. But now, when we get the other deputy off the FTO program that's in it right now, and he goes full-time by himself, and we'll be able to adjust again the shifts and be able to start looking at having 2 24 hours a day. And then when the next deputy, after he completes his FTO program, which will probably be sometime first part of September, then they'll bolster that much. He'll do a balancing shift, so that will mean that every day of the week we would have 2 now, all the time. And that's our goal.
Yeah.
You have to factor in days off, which is factored in already, but sick time, vacation time, things like that. It might shorten the shift until we get this 3rd position out, which will probably be, like I said, after October 1st. But we're achieving our goal. We're almost there. A lot more coverage than we've ever had before.
Well, I guess not much questioning. I guess everybody's satisfied.
No, this is the same thing we've done year after year. We're always trying to catch up. And, you can't keep doing it in one department and not everybody else. So, this one, number 103 that we're talking in reference to, this individual's been here for how many years? So, obviously the pay ain't all the problem. And I know he's put up through thick and thin to get where he's at. I understand that, because Paul and myself have put through some of the same stuff. So, I don't know, I thought we were caught up last year.
Never catch up. That's just it. We were behind with 2017. We're still behind now.
Well, so is the rest of the employees throughout the entire
I
county.
don't disagree with you. No, sir.
I mean, there's not a point where you get to where you can get the 3% or whatever everybody else gets, and y'all can keep up. I mean, they're outrunning you. These other counties around you are outrunning you constantly at a higher pace than that.
Here's one thing that I agree that I think all county employees are behind the curve, but where patrol is concerned, there's so many restrictions and so many, classes, ongoing classes that we have to send them to. Mental health is number one. And we started sending all of our deputies to the 40-hour mental health school. That can be nothing but help us. And it has worked in the long run because we work hand in hand with EMS when we get these calls. But it's so much more training and so many more certifications they've got to have. The one you're talking about on the, that line item, 425-103, when Sheriff Jackson first took office, he was told in a basic certification. He had the time, he just didn't have the classes. And when we started encouraging them to go to classes, we started putting classes on here, he quickly got through his certification level to a master certification. Master is the highest rating you can have for certification for law enforcement. There is no other certification level. So I was counting this now, out of patrol, we've got 9 master ratings. I think that speaks volumes about getting them through those certification levels. The more training they have, the better they're able to handle situations on the street where they don't have to call for a supervisor unless it's dictated by department policy. They're able to handle the situations and handle them in a very calm manner.
Well, I do agree with you. I think that y'all have done tremendous work with the deputies that you have and increasing their credentials up to the level that they're at. But this is the same issue that I've had year after year, you know. In my opinion, and I'm gonna throw it back out there, is, you know, if I knew that if I was a basic, it'd be X amount of money extra. If I was a master, it was X amount, you know, to give us a better number. But this is, it's just so confusing and so hard to manipulate between the different people, not knowing who all has what. And, you know, then if you're trying to put the 6% that the judge is proposing on top of that, that's just crazy. I mean, there's no way that's fair to any employee within the county.
Well, they don't get a master overnight.
I understand that.
They have to have 10 years experience in law enforcement, unless they have a degree. If they have a college degree, then it lessens the number of years in law enforcement, but you still have to take the same classes. A couple examples, we've got one is a 2-year deputy. He was a basic when he came here. He was a police officer with another agency. Came to work for us. He was a basic. He has a degree. He's already, he's at intermediate right now, which is the first level of the basic, but he's almost qualifying for his advanced because he has a degree in criminal justice. I think that having the years of service with a degree accelerates it, where instead of having to be there 10 years, you can go all the way up to a master, I believe, within 6 years. As long as you have those prescribed courses that are required. But there's intermediate, advanced, and then masters. And we like to see them go up in their certification because it means that they're better able to handle situations on the street because of their training.
I understand that, and I'm sure you that precinct number 2 can testify that even hiring a road hand is pretty difficult. So,
Yes,
especially, you know, if I'm trying to hire a road hand to operate a machine, a $180,000 machine, to take care of the roads in the county, there's not a whole bunch of people just jumping on board wanting to do that, so.
If you find one,
law enforcement, because of their constant interaction with citizens, they don't look at their certification levels. They don't look at how many agencies they work for. And why they skip some of the agencies and let's say 10-year career, why they've been in 5, 6, maybe 7 agencies. So, yes, sir.
is colored the same as mine. All the little numbers are in light blue.
Yes, sir.
I know, but I guess I'm not making my question clear enough. Suppose we give Sally and Johnny that do whatever they do for the county 6%, and we just stick with these blue numbers for the sheriff's department. Does that work?
No. Now, I don't know, it's written down as hours. We're not asking, I don't know what they're making after this. What we're asking is a $500 increase for the starting wage, okay? $500 for a new year. We hadn't filled that position yet. We hadn't filled 3 positions all damn year, all right? Then we're asking for a percentage difference once they get to 2 years, because we've invested 2 years in them. We spent a whole lot of money training them. And it's not a very big position, or percentage. And then 2 years later, before their salary or their tenure longevity kicks in, we're asking for another 2% for those positions they're out there now. What y'all do on the county part, all we're asking is for these percentages. What they're making right now, if you give us 6% across the board, whatever these guys that we're making that are employed right now should get that. Then I'm asking for the 2% or 3.375 for those that make 1 year. And now they're trained. They've got their certification, and they're out there on their own. In 2 more years, when they're at 4, a 2%. And then on anybody that promotes, they should get a 5% above what they were making, to make it worthwhile to promote. And to take on that much more responsibility and show that much more loyalty to this county. There's not a person on here but Jimmy that has over 10 years. There's not a person on there but Jimmy that has over 8 years. Not in patrol. What we're trying to do is get to that. Jimmy makes good money, but he's been here 17 years. None of my other guys make good money. None of them. Or they don't make what they do. It's not as difficult as we're trying to make out. All I'm asking is start at 40, the 2-year percent, or after they make 2 years, a certain 3.3075 or 0.075. And then once they make 4 years, a 2%. And that's before the tenure kicks in.
And we had that discussion, and then it didn't translate over to this page, so I couldn't tell that. And all that was left is the $40,000 starting salary proposal, which I got. Mm-hmm. And I remember very vividly us having this discussion and translating it from dollars to percentages. And the way I described it at the time was a concept, was an addition to the county concept of when you hit 5 years longevity, you get a bump, and you get a bump every year after that.
A 1% bump.
Rewarding loyalty and expertise and all that. And what we're talking about is for the sheriff's department, for marketability reasons, going back to 2 years and implementing a special longevity payment for commissioned peace officers, and a special longevity payment for commissioned peace officers at 4 years, and then in 5 years they'd get the normal county longevity, right?
Right.
So is that what these blue numbers reflect? They don't?
Yes, sir. That's what I went back and figured it like you wanted. 2-year deputy, I went to what they're currently making plus 0.375%. if they're above that at fourth year, or going to near their fourth year when they go to a new budget year, they've got a plus 0.02%. That's what those numbers reflect on there.
Okay.
I have a question. On the sheet that you gave me that I entered these numbers off of, there's another column that says plus 5%, 2%, 375.
The plus 5% are on those that are supervisors.
Promotions
Yeah.
Promotions.
Promotion.
to supervisor.
Yes.
And that's what's on the table is kind of a added on longevity plan in addition to riding along with the regular county cost of living.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's not that many positions. Just getting the bottom of the 40. And then, I mean, yes, but we can't compare it to, I mean, I'm sorry. You know, I'd love everybody to be here 17 years. I plan on every one of these being here 17 years. Except here. And me. But I'm just trying to get there. But you can't compare Jimmy to McKinney, the pay wise. You hell can't compare him to me. So,
Yeah. So let's just focus on the
right.
the lower echelon.
And that's what I'm trying to do.
Some folks are gonna have anxiety that your county employees could make 9.75% more, get a raise of 9.75%, while they only get a 6%.
Tell them to go through the police academy, come join us.
And that's true. I mean, the state's not putting more and more regulations on them every year, every month. The liability is nothing compared, you know, if they make a spelling error, they're not going to jail, you know, or suing the county for more than we've got. I mean, there is a difference. It's apples and oranges. All we're trying to do is come even close to the market value right here. And I promise you, police officers, we're not going to be able to find them. Or what we find is not worth hiring because of what's going on today. County employees are not getting flipped off driving down the highway. Well, but yeah, that's you though, Chris. That's you personally. But I mean, I'm getting filmed every time I pull somebody over with a bad attitude. You know, I tell you what, the world is changing, and I don't like it. And then there's people out there defunding the police department. That's the last thing I want to see. We can't afford it. I'd love to see these big city people, cops come move here. I'd love to hire them. They're not going to. They can't afford it. And plus, most of them don't want to work after they've been treated the way they have.
There's only 7% of one agency that said that they would recommend being a police officer to anybody when they get in the field. Majority of them are retiring or getting out of it, and are not going to be in law enforcement anymore. So,
But
I'd say for 2 years we were shrinking, it's really shrinking now.
what I'm saying is we can't compare. I know Jimmy's in there. I love Jimmy to death. But that's an perception. That's not what we're looking at. 90% of it is below 5 years. 90%. So I'm just asking, and it's just like you suggested last year. We put a differentiation between first and 5, and that's what we built in, the 2 and the 4.
While we digest that a little bit, I want to go a little different direction. Do your officers get annual reviews?
Yes.
By
January, January.
by who?
Supervisors.
Supervisors and 5.
Supervisor and what?
Supervisors all the way up.
So it's more than one person does a review.
No, their supervisor does the original, then they'll go to that supervisor, and from that supervisor, all the way.
So it goes up to,
Yes.
the review gets reviewed.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Do your jailers get reviewed?
Everybody.
Yes.
Same way?
Yes.
Same.
does that mean that ultimately you or you see all of them?
Yes. We have to sign every one of them.
Do your dispatchers get reviewed?
Yes, sir.
Same way?
Yes, sir.
Does Lee get reviewed?
Yes.
What about the maintenance man?
He
Who
will.
does-
He doesn't qualify for one until this January, next January.
Who does his review?
And
Who does the maintenance man's review?
Lee and Neil and then me.
Lee's the first line supervisor?
Yes.
She does the review?
Yes, sir.
And then it's reviewed by? Okay.
I read over every single one.
And we don't
And I
accept
sent some of them back.
Yeah, let's fix it, son. We don't accept them just like they are. We get through reviewing it, we sometimes have a meeting with the supervisors and discuss, items and see if there's any adjustment to be made. And there's a minimum score they have to make.
So,
Would that review be part of the pay raise that they
No,
deserve?
it's not tied to any pay raise. The review, actually, what it does, it tells us where the employee is in performance, where we want them to be, following general orders, obeying, their supervisors, doing their duties like they're supposed to. If they fall below a certain score, we put them on a performance plan, where we review every 2 weeks. And the supervisor is supposed to almost go into an FTO program with them again, to bring them up to the level we expect.
because
If they do, they don't.
Yeah.
yeah, because the worst case scenario is it's not about raises, it's about possibly no longer working with us.
Yeah.
Worst case for
It's
them.
to correct deficiencies in health. That's what it's all about.
But yes, there's been several that didn't make.
So, let's take a jailer review. Who is it?
Give a name, give a name.
No, is it just the supervisor that? I thought we were leaving this kind of with numbers and not
Well,
names.
it is, but I was just trying to say, a bottom line jailer.
Okay, I'm just asking if a jailer gets reviewed, does anybody have input into that, or is it just the supervisor?
It's just their immediate supervisor, and then from their supervisor to the next supervisor.
Who is that? I mean, I'm not trying to get names, but I'm trying, how many supervisors are we talking?
Sergeant, lieutenant, then
Then
chief
maybe,
and me
sure.
on a jail.
So,
But races aren't based on their reviews.
No,
They're not.
no, they're not.
Okay, so can I just ask one question? Say the maintenance.
see when you do that, it's kind of funny because you're the HR officer for Blanco County, and your input is vital. So you shouldn't even have to ask. You can ask a question.
Okay, well, if it's not on there, why is the maintenance man getting as large a raise as he's getting?
Because instead of taking care of one facility, he's being called to different facilities.
Also, he's getting the jail license.
I mean, also,
So that's the main reason is that he's getting the jailer's license. Okay, I'm just trying to understand when people ask a question, why?
I understand.
And so these raises here, they have nothing to
if a deputy gets reviewed and there were 10 people that filed complaints, like, you know, written documentation about didn't like the way he or she did their job, the supervisor's gonna see that, right? And take
Depends on
that.
how severe the complaint is. If it's a severe complaint, like let's say a violation of law, departmental policy, their supervisor would then write a letter to myself, the sheriff, and we would determine whether or not we're going to open an internal affairs investigation on it, or if it's going to be a note for the supervisor to, it's a minor infraction.
Okay, let's go the other way. They get a compliment. They stopped and helped with a flat tire or whatever. Does the supervisor take that into account?
They're supposed to keep track of those, and they're supposed to forward them to us, so they go to personnel file. As the boys are, yes.
So do we think that Lee will be surveying customers at the LEC and maybe over here about the maintenance, ma'am?
If there's a problem with any of our employees, with any other county employee, we expect to hear about it.
Well, I don't mean that. I mean, I'm not talking about a problem. I'm saying as part of the annual review, shouldn't somebody like that, shouldn't there be some input?
We consider input from external sources if they make a phone call, if they send an email, if it's positive or negative, we take those into consideration.
Okay. All right. So back on the salaries, and that dialogue that you just had with her, it's longevity. No, it's not longevity. It's just moving everybody up to the base 40 and on and beyond. And so it gets confusing what you call it, but
It is confusing when people, 1 year makes a difference in what they're getting paid. And I don't know what they're getting paid. I just know what they started with. I don't know.
for the sake of the auditor who's getting to appreciate all this, we have discussed before, and even recently, the idea of maybe we could figure all this out with certification pay, but as you've explained to me recently, that doesn't work either, for various reasons.
Yeah, when I get 10 years, I'd love to have somebody with 10 years, 5 years. That's what I'm just trying to get another far. And then, you know, there's nothing wrong with being better than other people. There's nothing wrong with that. This county is a better county than most counties. Most people want to live here. They just can't afford it. They sure can't afford it the way this county pays. I agree. I think everybody here is underpaid.
You're over there with a calculator.
Well, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sure. Excuse me, if you take what you're showing in your 2019-2020 budget and you give it a 6% increase like y'all were talking about doing countywide, it's already more than the blue area. And then you're talking about if you put longevity with that 1% or whatever, that's more than you're asking for.
But they also want another 6%.
Yeah, well, 6% for what? How's it worded?
Of the bottom of the blue column.
At the bottom of the blue?
More or less. I mean, you've got some other things added in there like overtime.
So the blue, you're asking for 6% on top of the blue.
They're not. They're asking for whatever, I think, I'm sticking words in your mouth. They're asking for whatever the cost of living increase that the Commissioners Court blesses for Blanco County, that they get it as well on top of the blue, whether it's 1% or 10%. Why are you shaking your head? That's what they're asking.
But if you offered us only 3 like we got in the past, that's already 3 up there, Sheriff. I mean, I just don't, if you got the 6% plus longevity, that wouldn't do it.
What it wouldn't do, no, it wouldn't differentiate between the 2 year and the 4 year, let alone the supervisor.
Well, their salary's already different to start, right? So it would differentiate.
Not based on a 40,000 starting.
Just trying to think of an easier way to calculate it other than
Now,
all
yeah,
of the
I
stuff
don't know
y'all
the easy
put.
way to calculate it, because some of them been here 1 year and they got a across the board raise, and some of them been here 2 years. Then you got Jimmy that's been here 17. It's way, I don't know. And then whatever year, whatever raise we got for as a sheriff's office for them during that year. So it is hard to calculate. I have not been able to nail it down precisely at all. But what we're asking is basically, I think, and then the differentiation between 2 years, 4 years, and supervisor or promotion.
So how does a supervisor get paid now? Is it in the, it's in
We
the
have a
supervisor pay, or no, it's not in that? Is it in
No.
the certification pay?
No, it's in that position.
It's built into the base salary, so if they work overtime, they get paid supervisor time. If you do add it separately, when they work overtime, it's not included. Or supervisory pay is included in base.
And our current longevity is what? Yeah.
After 5 years, they get 5%.
5 years through what?
Forever.
Forever. After you complete your 5th year, you get 5% at one time.
Okay.
And then
One time
after
shot.
that is 1%
Plus,
plus county,
Cost of living, whatever.
whatever.
all the way through when?
Well, it used to end at 15, but then last year,
I talked y'all into making it permanent.
So it's,
yes,
so 5%, okay.
at 5.
So, and I guess this is looking more at a county level though, at different offices, do they have the same problem? I mean, I've been blessed, I've got Jimmy in my court because my guy's been there forever. But, at different county offices, have we seen the kind of turnover? You know, that after 2 years, they're not here anymore? No? I was just wondering if we just change our longevity countywide, would that be the resolution that we're looking for?
I would make it the same as the sheriff's
Right.
office, 2 after 4.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that. But it would be fair, you know, to make it that way. As far as the longevity goes.
Do you see where I was going with that?
No, I heard you, I understood it, but I don't see where you're going with it, because, I can't tell if you're undoing cost of living increases, or if you're leveling everybody with the sheriff's office.
Leveling everybody, same longevity. If we did longevity in a different manner, you know, maybe our 5% at 5 years and then 1% after that is not sufficient. I don't know. You know, should we look at something different? And I don't know what kind of numbers that throws.
It's not that, I don't think it's that significant.
And I think what the commissioners do, right?
One thing I think is interesting, I don't know what to say about it. I hope somebody has something to say about it, but with all those numbers in blue and all the variations, when you get down to the end, the total salaries balance, it's only 3.3% different than today.
That's because the sheriff said you're only doing a few, not a bunch.
So averaging that out, it's like with a county-wide increase, it's 9.3% to somebody on average. Quite frankly, it's what I wanted to do with the county as a whole.
What if we lose that?
Well, that will cost,
There's got to be a way to simplify it, though.
10% raise for the county as a whole will cost us $442,000. And that's everything, that's benefits and all. It's only a $341,000 cost in salaries. 9% is a $307,000 cost in salaries. 6%, which is what's in the package today, is a $204,000 roughly cost in salaries.
And you're saying that's a one-time deal, and then next year could be different, right? Just depending on what's going on. Yeah. It'd have to be the same for the sheriff's department. Depending on what's going on, right?
But I started out this morning telling y'all that I'm anxious about 6% because I don't know if I have my finger on the pulse, but I suspect that Blanco County citizens aren't going to be thrilled this year, 2020, with what has been going on in the world, throwing out what they would call big raises. I absolutely think county employees as a whole deserve it. It's individual ones I question, but as a whole deserve it. But I just think I think we've got to be responsive to the public too.
One of the citizens, it's not a majority, getting paid more than us for not going for it. $600 a week for a good job. Every 2 weeks, whatever. Unemployed. Make more money than we do for the county. Across the board, I'm talking about the whole county.
They're going to be watching it pretty close. I know. As far as property values, the whole 9 yards, they're going to be watching it. They're already telling me that.
Well, property values have not gone down. We don't have the final printout till next week, but it will not be down.
And I understand that. Why?
And it will not include an enormous amount of natural gas that will be sitting inside a pipeline next year.
Our sales tax is really not changed. It's still pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Our numbers there aren't changing too much from last year.
We are an enigma. There are places in Texas where the sales tax nosedive. We're okay. And I don't know why that is. I don't know if because people, they may not be at the wineries, but they may be driving through the wineries with their wine club pickup. I don't know why, but the sales tax has been okay.
They bought everything off the shelves and that is it.
There is that.
Or your deputies make you feel safe.
Well, I understand what you're saying, apples to apples. It's gonna get a CDL driver, it's gonna be the same. I mean, nowadays, to get a CDL,
life and death.
what's involved in people trying to get a CDL. I mean, just trying to renew your license. My license is coming due at the end of August. I can't
pay for it immediately. We've lost a deputy to trucking.
Earlier, you said you're just trying to find a simple way to do it. I think I've got one for you, and I'm being facetious.
I'm all ears, Joe.
The smallest county that touches us is Llano. So instead of trying to figure out percentages and being fair to other employees or all those issues, the market and place and all that, just copy whatever Llano's Sheriff's Department's pay scale is and call it a day.
Starting deputy there is 44,000 a year.
And then pay whatever the sergeant's pay is and pay whatever the one-year deputy's pay is. Just track that and you don't have to do anything.
Right.
But we also had one of their telecommunicators come over and talk to us about a job here.
That's because they were firing her. That
I don't know, Judge, if you did, let's say we go back to the 6%. If you look, and I know you can't go a two-year trajectory. You can't say, okay, we'll do 6 and 6. We can't sit here and plan through next year. I guess you can't. I don't know. I don't know what's legal and what's not. But it might be something because of where we're at with people's perception and in the county and what's going on around us, that it might be a two budget fix or something to get there. It might say, look, we need y'all to do this year, and then maybe next year we'll do it again or whatever to get to this point. But I don't know. You get up to 10%, you're right. You're going to hear about it. I mean, I'm not really, if that's what we need to do, but
Or the other potential solution is take the blue numbers proposed, add the 6%, call it good. That's what you're asking for.
Or another possibility is give them 6%, change longevity for the entire county and be done with it.
Just do it 5 years.
There's all kinds of solutions and options that we have. Me personally, as a commissioner, I've been commissioner since 08. I've never had someone come up to me and tell me that y'all make too much money. I have been told that we pay our people not enough. So I know the times are tough, but I understand what you're saying about the 10%. You know, I don't know. It was not too long ago that I think we gave about 11% to the sheriff's office. So, you know, that was 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know.
What do you want to say in Miss Gillespie County? Let's want to make that point.
Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that what they said on the blue numbers includes a 3.75% increase across the board.
No, it includes it for people who have achieved their second anniversary.
Second year, yes, second anniversary.
And
So
then that,
those people shouldn't get another 6%?
well, it says you.
On top of that.
Well, it says Gillespie County.
Thank you.
It also includes people who are,
What, I'm sorry.
You know, you're ready to start.
No, I have no idea.
it also includes people in their fourth anniversary getting 2%. That's where the blue numbers come from.
Well, then again, those people shouldn't get an additional 6%. They should get 4% because they're already getting 2%.
Well, what if Sally, working over across the street processing paper, is about to achieve her second anniversary? What's wrong with paying her 6% and giving her a 3.75% longevity payment?
That would even out more.
But but you just said, but that's terrible because that would give them a big raise.
Not good for everybody.
I see. So Gillespie County votes for everybody. That's 2 votes. I think, of course, what comes out, it can't be done on the fly, but I think that's certainly a calculation that needs to be considered.
The process has to be simplified a little bit. It's in my mind, I mean, you've got so many different steps in there. I understand why. I mean, it's just that it's pretty cumbersome.
I don't think it's going to make that big a difference, and the reason being, they constitute 40% of our workforce, and they probably constitute more of the 2 and 4 year employees than your employees have probably been here longer than that. The 3.75 and the 2 aren't even going to come into play in calculating it. So I don't think it's going to be much of a. It's just a question of, do we want to change the policy?
Yeah.
Instead of starting at year 5, we really start at year 2.
Right. So,
And
and I would like to task our new auditor. One of the hardest things for me to keep in track with the sheriff's office is their supervisor pay. And I understand what Neil is saying, that when they're working overtime, that overtime is not calculated with the certification pay or whatever you want to call it. So if there's a way that we could come up with a legal scenario of how you can make that work, you know, where we can say, if you're a supervisor, you're going to get a stipend of whatever it is, $3,100, whatever it is, I don't know. But make that fit into their budget, into their deal, so when they do work overtime, you know, they get paid that dollar, that dollar amount. Right, right. So, anyways, that would resolve that issue. No, then it doesn't matter if it's John or Jose, they're still going to be the supervisor, so.
Well, not all the supervisors get that same.
Well, I understand that.
So whatever their hourly wage as the supervisor is, should be considered their overtime, if they work overtime.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I said,
Is there a supervisor, and this is a question because I'm an idiot, right now, today. Is there a supervisor stipend the same for every position, or is it different depending on the position?
Supervisor, if, we have a set level, minimum level, if that person's going to be promoted and they're right below that level, this current year, we were adding 4% instead of, let's say we're making 45,000, supervisor or sergeant would be 46, then we would add 4% instead of just doing $1,000. We'd add 4% of their pay, that makes it too.
So is it more on a percentage than a dollar?
That's what we're trying to do, because now we have a supervisor of 17 years.
Yeah. But it's interesting, though, 'cause when we were talking about it, I've got 7 out of patrol making the same base pay. With varying years of service.
No.
So a supervisor gets overtime?
What?
Does a supervisor get overtime?
Yes.
Do you get overtime?
No.
Aren't you a supervisor?
I ain't working. No.
Does he get overtime?
No.
And he's a supervisor.
And I get calls at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Does he get overtime?
He does.
Yes.
Okay. So you got to go down 1, 2, 3 levels to get overtime.
Overtime, though, it has, you've got, it's not because you got a phone call. It's because you came out.
Yeah.
So this is July the 14th. There'll be another commissioners court between now and July 31st. And I'm gonna try to have, I'm gonna try to have Connie try to have some different calculations to play with and examine. One of which would be involving a expansion of the longevity program countywide. One would be just to show what it actually looks like to apply the 6% to the blue numbers. What else do we want to explore?
Well, we're still in the process of trying to get to the level. I mean, last year we discussed this, got another step. This year it's another step. You're still not where you want to be, but we're incrementally trying to get there.
Y'all
No, I
made,
agree, 100%.
y'all made unbelievable progress with this department since I came to work full time. It really shows that y'all really support us. We've tried to make it, like Don says, baby steps.
Yeah.
But eventually we're going to take that giant step. I don't know where the industry's going this next year. I've been in law enforcement since 1968, and I've never seen this before. You know, I went through the riots in Houston in the 60s and 70s. I've never seen it like this before. So I have no idea what we're going to do next year.
Here's the thing that troubles me. If we take a longevity plan like you've got here, the 0.375 and the 0.02, anyway, and we apply it across the county as a whole, then some clerk somewhere making 32-ish, who's about to get a second anniversary in October will get, and if we apply a 6% cost of living adjustment, we'll get a 9.75% raise. All good, and your deputies get what they get, and we move on down the road. And then next year, the clerk gets whatever cost of living adjustment the Commissioners Court provides, whatever that's going to be. But you'll be back in here saying that the 7 counties that touch us are still outpacing us, and we have to raise the floor. 40 won't be enough. And it just, I'm not even criticizing you, but I'm saying it never stops.
I don't think it'll ever end. I mean, if it's going up around, it doesn't ever end with anything. The starting, as far as I'm concerned, the starting pay should go up for whether that position's filled or not. I know y'all call it cost of living, but if you did it across the board per position, we wouldn't have to keep raising the bottom line.
If you did what? Across the board?
Per position, opening, or, established, position. Like this 40,000, for this year, but next year, across the board, everybody got 4%. Well, if you did 40 times 4%, then you're staying up. I mean, you're going, even though that is, your starting position is still going up.
And I understand what you're saying, but the downfall of that is if I'm just a clerk, and I started at 40, and I get a 4% just like everybody else, well, the person that starts a year after me, he's making the same thing I'm making.
No, it's not. No, not in 1 year. You're talking about 1 year.
Yeah, 1 year turnaround.
So she started at 40. In 1 year, she got 40 and 4%.
Right.
This other one started at, that's what we're trying to put in here.
You're saying your base increased as well, so if I hire another person next year with a 1 year and a 0 year, I'm gonna make the same.
That's why I like this 2 and 4.
These surrounding counties' base pay on their deputies are going up every year anyway.
Every year.
Their base pay.
Yeah.
It's a percentage like a cost of living type percentage that's going
But
up
it's
every
their
year.
rank, their bottom part too. I mean, they will start, their starting pay is 44,000. And then if you have certain amount of years, you got this and that, it goes up from there.
Yeah.
Barnett County includes your certification pay in your base pay. So I'm a deputy coming, I want to come to work for them. I say, okay, our base pay is 54,000 a year. What certification level do you have? Well, I'm asking, okay, well, add $3,000 to your base pay. So then the base pay automatically goes up to 57,000, and that's their overtime pay, time and a half, whatever the hourly rate there is. And they also include some insurance stuff included there with the family, depending on your certification as well.
As incentive?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that certainly is an incentive to keep them stable. But the San Marcos, $62,913 starting pay for a basic certification, plus a $3,000 sign-on bonus. I admit they're a little bit out of the market, a little bit above the market, but I think the other ones are starting to follow suit. It's wow. But they've got a tax base over there too.
Yeah, you look at their budget, it's just phenomenal.
Yeah.
That's what they gotta deal with.
Yeah, they have 36 mile.
Police department has a role to play with. The Johnson City pays more than we do. Blanco, the city of Blanco, I don't know, they make way more than we do. And so being able to hire somebody qualified and good and loyal to this county, want to work for this county, is getting tougher. I'm having to bring them from within so far. That's working out great. But we also have a lot of inexperience.
Judge, next meeting, can we see some of the
Definitely.
different scenarios or options or whatever you want to call it?
Definitely, and I guess we'll talk about it some. I think we've talked about it almost enough today, especially considering this would not go over well with the taxpayers, but especially when you start boiling down the numbers, and we're arguing over about 3% of today's sheriff's salary versus October 1's sheriff's salary, which is pretty small in the grand scheme of the overall budget. So I sometimes wonder if this isn't so much about the dollars as it is about morale and personnel dynamics and all of that. Because we spend a lot of time on this. Yeah, but I'll see what we can do to come up with some numbers and ideas out of this. And if you think of something in between, if you'll communicate that to my office, we'll try to generate yet another column. Did we want to talk any more about, I didn't notice anything particularly extravagant on the sheriff's on the operating expenses side.
So what's your proposal for y'all's personal? I see you didn't put anything in, but that's up to you.
There is a big one that Connie's reminding me from behind about cell phones.
Yes.
Can you tell us?
Yeah, Robert can explain this better, but I'm telling you, one-time purchase, you get it done, it's county-owned phone, instead of giving us that, and then after that, it's county-owned, free.
It's a county-owned phone, so that phone can only be used for county business.
Absolutely.
Which is the point, right? Because of
They leave their personal phones in the locker when they went out.
no, it means that it means
Carry
that
both?
yes, it means that they conduct county business on a county phone, so that when the lawsuit or the public information request or whatever comes down the way comes into play, they don't have to turn over their personal cell phone with whatever might be on it.
Personal information.
So that would be a county supplied phone you're talking about.
There's a few things in that line item that we've suggested, and Lieutenant Woodring kind of has the breakdown of everything that's in there.
Which
So,
line, which line item is that?
Cellular line item.
305.
305, third from the bottom.
So this is for 25 phones, 25 employees. These are employees that are on call, and that are supervisors and patrol. The patrol officers answer lots of public service calls all throughout the day. Currently, they use their private phone to make those calls. Some of them don't want to do that, so they get a public service call. It might be out in county somewhere they have to drive back to the LEC or to the annex and want to make a phone call. So with this, you'll be able to contact them, they'd be able to call the citizen who was the call service. A lot of people just have questions, legal questions, well, can I do this, can I do that? They have animal concerns, you know, all kinds of questions. And they don't really want to come to their house, they just want to talk to you on the phone.
Now, the previous two columns are stipends for people for using their personal phones, right? So so that expense goes away, and this initial expense of $24,500 is a purchase of a whole set of phones for the whole group of people that needs them, right?
Actually, they're giving us the phones, the actual device, free.
So $24,500 is going to be an annual expense.
The
Okay.
975 that's in there, that is for the case to protect the phone from being destroyed. That's a one-time, unless of course they wreck the case, but that's one-time.
So that's included within the 24.5?
And I'm sorry, 24.5 does not cover just the cell phones, to be clear.
It's planned.
There's a few things that cover it on top of the cell phones. That's
Yeah,
not,
can we break that
24.5
down?
isn't just cell phones.
What do you think it'll be next year?
Can we write that down for you? Is it what's in that 24.5?
I just want,
Okay, so in that 24.5, we have $8,160 is for 17 laptops and iPads. That's for the cell service for those laptops and iPads. Those laptops are when they're in control units. That would be able to use their CAD system. Plus iPads that administration.
we have to be paying for that this year somewhere.
Yeah, we're paying for the current.
Where?
The 7752.
Cellular is 3,005, line is 3,005.
Yeah, so it's gonna go, so if we don't do this, it's gonna go from 7752 to 8100, right? That's what pretty much telling me.
The increase to the line item is $16,748. What it currently is the budget. In that also is a new item, net motion solution with the VPN, that's 3,300. And the reason we're doing that is because Chris Daniels advises that we no longer have any more VPNs with the system we have that he put in place. Also, what we've been using, it doesn't work very well. Net motion is what we want to go to the VPN because we need more licenses and it functions better than what we currently have. What we currently have drops a lot. We get no responding, get the circle on the screen, it's not working. Also, and as we've added additional 6 NetMotion VPNs so that we can have the courthouse get on the system. We've been having problems doing that with what we currently have. Chris Daniel hasn't been able to work it out because of the current VPN system. Because we want to get the county judge, county attorney, both deputies, the county clerk, and the district clerk on so that they can get into their, get the information that they need.
Got a question back here.
So would that eliminate the optional benefits line item, 7600?
Absolutely. The only reason we put that in there is we didn't know what would happen with the cell phones. So if we don't get the cell phones, we would need that. Okay. But if the cell phones are approved, then the optional benefit will go away.
Before the stipend thing worked, because there was a new law about cell phones. Once the new law came into effect about cell phones for police officers, that was the main driving force for this, about having to give up your cell phone if you use it for county business.
Questions? I guarantee you, you get us in a lawsuit and your cell phone is going to be examined.
I agree. I can see
So if you're, I think that's a very good question. So it's not uncommon for organizations, irrespective of being a commissioned peace officer or otherwise, to outfit people. In fact, it's bizarre. I won't say bizarre. That's not right. It's kind of unusual, I think, to not outfit your officials with separate electronics. You know, I think there's many courts where they outfit you with laptops and tablets. And I mean, not big counties.
And then where the official gets in trouble is using the county for personal, it goes the other way. It gets themselves in a bind by using the official thing for personal.
That's true. And then you can talk to her. But I guess I was just trying to make points that I totally think it's a reasonable expense for commissioners and maybe a few other elected officials to have a separate electronic form of communication. Anyway. What else? Okay, got some homework. We'll set it up again for next Commissioner's Court. Anybody have anything else?
If not, I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I mean, I just want to go on record saying that I did talk to Commissioner Leeson and the judge earlier. I checked on our camera system that we were requesting. There is no maintenance and no annual contract of any sort. Once we buy it, it is ours. They will support it for the life of the equipment, but there's no additional charges year after year.
Be like a service call.
Correct.
All right.
With that, I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second,
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Private sector wouldn't work on the wages because we did annual reviews on whether they were a satisfactory, good, right on up, depended upon the percentage of raise that they got. Yeah. Private sector does that. Yeah, but we can't do that here. But when you.
What? I'm sorry. No, I need to get my mask.
Yeah.
Sheriff said that the increase for Aaron's pay was due to the judge's license. Right?
Oh, no. Did he?
That's what I heard. So, if you take what he's making now, and bump it to the proposed starting salary. Also, do you have a pen? 8%, not 50. Right now, what they're proposing on his salary is a 13%, not including longevity. But he said it was due to getting a job, which would only be 8% increase.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just, I don't know why I'm sticking on that, but it aggravates the crap. That's why I'm sticking to it.
I probed a little bit.
Bluetooth,
I know.
but you can talk into that, we can hear you along the.
You didn't get it the correct answer. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God, you're kind of like that, yeah. People walk up and talk into that.
Mostly the point I want made is that
Tommy, you got your folder?
his review or his assessment
Yes, sir.
needs to have.
Where is my? Thank you. Connie, I'll dismantle mine in a minute and get it to you.
That's fine. Next time.
You're right.
Next time you send mail, I'm just.
Well, yeah, I will. I'm just,
I don't know what happened to my trash can up here.
The other one will be hooked up against it too.
Yeah, hold on to these.
No, that's cool. Yeah, the south end is on your screen, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna hold it. Oh, it's not good. We got it. Okay, here, let me get these. They're ready. Copy of that. I'm gonna turn this in.
Yes.
And, this was a copy.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I was saying, there's gotta be a certain.
Okay, now I have a question for you and probably the judge. Since my recorder was cutting off so bad, there was like a section it missed. So do I say that the whole thing messed up, or do I?
No, I wouldn't say the whole thing, but I would go cut out that little.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut out that section when we took our break. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. It won't get posted immediately because I've got elections and I'm
Yeah.
taking off on Friday, so.
But, yeah, because I kept getting messages that.
Okay, so,
it
yeah.
kept cutting- The Zoom kept cutting out too.
Okay, so I'm just gonna post and I'll say missing segments due to lost connection. So yeah, I'll work on that, but it won't be, it may be right before the next meeting if, you know, you get a PI edit.
He wanted me to make the Zoom deal where he could record it.
Is that what he was doing with his phone, with his tablet today?
He was trying.